This morning, we are weather alert. The Canadian wildfire smoke has us code red air quality for the second time this month. Now, the smoke is coming from Ontario, Canada, where the wildfires continue to rage. And you see, taking a live look now from our Inner Harbor, and you can see the Camden Yards and also the Towson cameras here. There's a little haze there as we continue to track this code red alert. Well, thank you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you for joining us on this Thursday, June 29th. I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how bad the air quality is. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a forecast.
Yeah, showing some of those cameras, Tom. Looks like fog out there, but that's not fog. That's all that wildfire smoke that is here and will continue to get worse here over the next couple of hours. That's why we are weather alert today for that code red air quality day. The unhealthy air quality and the smoke from those fires. So what you want to do is limit your time outside today. It is going to be warm as well for the afternoon. And notice that code red air quality alert. That's what we're looking for here across the state and basically all the way down through the D.C. region as well. So on your jogging cast, out for a run or a jog, I just want to caution you that you have to deal with some of the smoky conditions and temperatures in the 60s for the next couple of hours. So maybe do some indoor exercise for today. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about what we can expect for the weekend and if there's any improvement in our air quality coming up.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar traffic network here, and this is some rolling construction happening on the inner loop here, right at 695, right in Loch Raven Boulevard area. Also, some good news, update on Cromwell Bridge water main break in front of Loch Raven High School. That majority of that is cleaned up. There's one little pause right before you get off of the outer loop there at 695. If you want to travel northbound, you can still get around it, but you'll see some flashing lights down to just one lane each way. This morning, we are taking a closer look at violence plaguing a city in crisis as Baltimore recovers from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot. 2 of them died. Now, 2 of those shootings happening along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. First happening around 3 yesterday afternoon. A man was shot and he was shooting in a Home Depot parking lot. Then just before 7, 2 people were shot, one of them killed at a gas station that is inside the Belvedere Safe Streets Zone. Yesterday's violence comes as former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison wrote an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun touting the success of the city's crime fight while he was in office. The commissioner pointing to a reduction in murders and shootings compared to this time last year, but some experts say it's too early to celebrate success.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Coming up at 5, Shannon Lilly will have more on the crime numbers we are seeing in Baltimore City, plus its impacts. Now, when it comes to curfew enforcement, we are a little over a month into the program. But is it working? A curfew van has been damaged and a curfew center has now been closed as city leaders decide what is their next plan of action. We are speaking with a local business owner who is feeling the impact. Still to come, why the restaurant owner claims despite the curfew, many are not shy about disrupting his business at almost any hour. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has played a big role in the curfew plan. This week, the mayor announcing an interim director of that office, with current director Shantae Jackson stepping down tomorrow. You can find more on the interim director, Stephanie Mavronis, right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We want to hear from you. Do you think the youth curfew plan is working? And as you can see on the right-hand side there, so far 100% of voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. A procession for a fallen firefighter begins at the medical examiner's office in Baltimore. His colleagues from across the state lining the streets all the way back to Leonardtown. Bryce Trosbach was responding to a house fire in St. Mary's County when the floor beneath him gave way Tuesday. His fellow firefighters were able to pull him from the rubble, but he died later from his injuries. Another firefighter was injured in that same collapse. He is expected to recover. Elsewhere, highlighting a battle over victim family rights, the Maryland Supreme Court will hear appeals from the family of Heyman Lee, as well as Adnan Syed, about the on and off reinstatement of Syed's murder conviction. Last year, under Marilyn Mosby's leadership, Syed was released from prison when the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office requested his conviction for Lee's murder be vacated. It was then reinstated after an appellate court ruled Lee's brother was not given enough notification of the hearing. Arguments will be made October 5th. When it comes to the BGE lawsuit in Baltimore, more than 100 customers are taking a win over the company's installation of external gas regulators. A judge grants temporary restraining order on work being done at homes where owners have not consented to the installation. Gas service must also be restored where it was shut off. The disputes have been going on for weeks and reached a crescendo in Federal Hill last week when 3 residents were arrested while protesting at a work site. Their attorney says it's a win for property owners.
BG&E is not permitted to install an exterior regulator over the objection of anyone in Baltimore City, and they can't turn off or threaten to turn off gas service if someone so declines.
Nobody here wanted to learn as much as we've learned about external and internal installations, believe me. But it started small groups scattered across the city that came together.
Now, the restraining order lasts 10 days. BGE says it will comply and explains further in a statement to Fox 45 News. Quote, this important work has been reviewed and approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission, was granted a permit by Baltimore City, and is in accordance with applicable laws, regulations, and BGE standards. BGE continues to believe that this work is in the best interest of our customers and community safety. 2 federal judges temporarily blocking laws banning gender-affirming care for minors in separate states. After the break, what this means in the states it's impacting. Today, we are weather alert as smoke from the Canadian wildfires blankets our state and many states around us. From the morning to the night, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists keeping you up to date on the current code red air quality alert. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Our code red air quality. That is why we are in weather alert mode today. This is a live look over the stadiums, all lit up for Pride. And you can see all of that smoke that is out there. So that is not fog. Wish it was fog, but it's actually the smoky skies that we're seeing at this time. Next 12 hours, our temperatures steadily climbing. We're in the 60s this morning, but on our way to the mid to upper 80s as we head toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast and what we can expect for your holiday weekend coming up.
Making your headlines this Thursday morning, federal judges in Kentucky and Tennessee temporarily block laws banning gender-affirming care for minors. Now, in both cases, the judges are only blocking the portions that target puberty blockers and hormone therapies. In Kentucky, the judge sided with 7 trans minors and their parents who claim the ban violates the Constitution and parental rights. In Tennessee, the judge warned state lawmakers they need to be mindful of the Constitution if they wish to regulate medical procedures for minors. Meanwhile, in New York, the state is now calling itself a safe haven for minors seeking gender transition procedures. Governor Kathy Hochul signed the legislation last week. It prevents New York courts from, among other things, considering such procedures child abuse. Hochul says the law will keep New York on the, quote, forefront of the fight for equal rights. Titan submersible remains have been recovered from the ocean floor after the break. The discovery the U.S. Coast Guard says it found. Federal Reserve Chair claims inflation is not coming down fast enough. Still to come, how big banks would hold up if a recession were to happen. And here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, lawmakers closing in on the Hunter Biden investigation. We're going to talk with Florida Congressman Byron Donalds on what they found. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station CW Baltimore weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .44 trending this morning, U.S. Coast Guard found what are believed to be human remains in the wreckage of the Titan submersible. Crew Crews brought pieces of the 22-foot vessel ashore at a Canadian Coast Guard dock yesterday. You see the video here. The submersible imploded June 18th, killing all 5 on board. It was recovered from the ocean floor more than 12,000 feet and about a quarter-mile from the Titanic site. Officials say the evidence will help investigators better understand the cause of the implosion. In North Carolina, a Delta plane lands safely without its front landing gear. Now, the flight from Atlanta landed at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. And there were 96 passengers on board with a flight crew. No injuries were reported. Locally trending, Port Discovery unveils a brand new exhibit. It's called The Playhouse. The new theater exhibit is an interactive and immersive space. It includes a stage, puppet theater, costumes, and props. Museum officials say both adults and kids can use this new exhibit to tap into their artistic creativity.
We hope kids' stories will come alive and dreams take flight. It's not just about observation. Active participation is going to be key here from not only our kids, but also from our adults. We hope people of all ages will unleash their creativity by experimenting with stage lighting, control sound effects, and even try their hands at acting.
The new space is on the first floor of Port Discovery and is open. This morning, we are weather alert as smoke from the Canadian wildfires fills the skies again. You can see this time lapse of the smoke moving into Baltimore County yesterday. From our Towson camera, we were code orange alert quality at the time. Today, Marylanders, along with more than 80 million Americans, are under code red air quality alert. Take a look at these images from Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. Not only can you see the smoke, but you can taste it as well right when you step outside. In fact, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast while we are code red.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. It's the code red air quality, and that's why we are weather alert today, because of the fact that you want to limit your time outdoors. This is a day where you want to try to stay inside because we've got unhealthy air quality for most of us, not just the sensitive groups that we talked about for yesterday. And you can kind of see that haze and that smoke that is hanging out right now from our Towson camera, even before the sun comes up. Now, our temperatures are in the mid-60s. We're not getting much wind. We'd like to get some more wind to help kind of blow this stuff out of here, but that is not going to be the case. We had that upper level northwesterly flow yesterday. That's what brought all of the smoke into the area. So here's our weather alert day. The unhealthy air quality, those smoke, the wildfire smoke that continues to move in to a large portion of the U.S., not just here at home, but there are people, millions of people around the country that are dealing with this as well. So as I mentioned, you want to limit that time outdoors, and the code red air quality is for basically the entire state, including the D.C. metro area. That smoke in the air through the afternoon from Oakland all the way to Ocean City. So it spans the old line state here. And here's that air quality index. So remember yesterday, we talked about the orange for the unhealthy for sensitive groups. We're talking about the index values between 151 and 200 in that unhealthy air quality. You can see the purple and the maroon toward the bottom of your screen. There actually are areas of the country that are in the purple and the maroon. So that is even worse than what we're dealing with here at home. Now, in terms of our smoke, this is kind of our future smoke graphic, and this shows you that it is going to stay smoky throughout most of the morning and into the afternoon today. Not really clearing up until we get into Friday. We will see some improvement, but more than likely still tomorrow going to have to deal with at least a code orange air quality alert day. Hopefully by the weekend we'll start to get things cleared up. In terms of our temperatures today, we're going to be warmer, low to mid and upper 80s across the region for your high temperatures. Up and down the East Coast, those mid to upper 80s as well for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. And if you are heading down the ocean, even though it's smoky, still temperatures in the mid 70s there. So the future scan looks like this. That ridge of high pressure to the north of us continuing to bring in that smoke from those wildfires. As we get into your Friday, we'll see more of a little bit of a southerly flow developing, and we will have a chance for a couple of showers into the afternoon and evening time. Late Friday is when we're talking about with our next weather maker. Some of those showers going to be left over through Saturday morning, and then Saturday afternoon we'll have that chance for that pop-up isolated thunderstorm that we typically see, very summer-like weather pattern. That same trend is going to continue on Sunday with that chance for a pop-up shower shower or thunderstorm as well. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. So the weather alert day is for today, and that smoke will be to about 90 tomorrow, and then upper 80s and lower 90s continue into the weekend. A little unsettled for the weekend, but as we get into next week, we do dry out a bit. Notice those temperatures as we head toward July 4th staying in the lower 90s.
When we want to see what you are seeing when it comes to smoke in your neighborhood, scan the QR code on your screen, share your pictures and videos. It will take you right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can get started. Well, now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and you can see the map around on the left-hand side there. Most everybody in the green, a little bit of yellow south of the city. As you're taking a live look from the Fort McHenry Tunnel, there's a little bit of construction. One lane is blocked southbound out of the 3 lanes headed south. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find on-time service on the Camden, Pan, and Brunswick lines. So BART, no major delays or issues. You'll find on Light Rail Link that service disruption still in place with us between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley, all due to maintenance ongoing. Certainly allow time for travel. You'll find shuttle buses in place providing service during that outage. Out there on Metro Subway Link, nothing in your way. On-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. As many prepare to take on the holiday weekend, we want to take a look at where gas prices are right now. Nationwide, we are at $3.55 a gallon, slightly down from a week ago. In Maryland, we're looking at $3.45 for regular gas. That's down slightly from a week ago and below the national average. But by Sunday, when the automatic gas tax increase kicks in our state, we'll see higher numbers. This morning, we are continuing coverage on the fallout caused by the Maryland 529 savings plan, how more parents are joining the fight and planning out their next steps.
President Biden trying to turn around sentiment on the economy. I'm Atral Nashar with what Bidenomics means for the labor market.
4:51 is the time right now. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, Donald Trump files a countersuit a month after being sued for defamation by columnist E. Jean Carroll. Carroll filed a defamation lawsuit against Trump in May after he claimed she made up her allegations of rape and sexual assault in a department store dressing room in 1996. The remarks came shortly after Trump was found liable for sexually abusing the writer, but not liable for rape. Trump's countersuit alleges Carroll continues to insist that she was raped even after a jury did not agree. Trump currently denies the allegations and has appealed the sexual assault liable verdict. Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick appears in a federal court defending Microsoft's proposed $69 billion takeover of his company. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, is hoping to pause Microsoft's purchase until the deal can be examined during a federal antitrust trial. This over concerns that Microsoft will monopolize popular Activision franchises like Call of Duty. Well, during his testimony, Kotick pushed back against those concerns, saying it would be bad for business. Apart from the FTC, British regulators also oppose this merger. 4:55 and taking you live to Chicago, where President Biden delivers a speech on what he's calling Bidenomics. He points to the strong labor market as the foundation of his economic progress, but critics say his claims about the job creation are very exaggerated. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reports on what the numbers say.
For President Biden, 13 million is a magic number.
We've created 13.4 million new jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president has ever made in 4.
Looking at raw numbers, this is true, but the majority of those were recovered from job cuts during the pandemic. What hasn't fully recovered is the overall labor force participation rate driven by people over 55.
We still have a very high, elevated job openings number. I think a lot of that is because that one population that probably would have been filling those jobs for a couple more years went ahead and retired and didn't seem to re-engage after that.
There are currently 2 million more people with jobs than there were in February 2020, according to an analysis of Labor Department data by the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Though pandemic job recovery played out much faster than the Congressional Budget Office predicted, Republicans argue the president shouldn't get credit for it. Instead, they say workers and businesses are worse off than they were before Biden took office.
He's made inflation up by all of his new regulations. He's made it more competitive, less competitive for us.
And point to how Americans feel. An AP NORC poll out Wednesday shows just 34% of adults approve of the president's handling of the economy. In the eyes of members of the Federal Reserve, whose top priority is fighting inflation, the labor market is almost too strong.
Jobs are being created, there are strong wage gains, and that's driving spending, driving real incomes and driving spending, which is driving more demand and continuing to drive labor markets.
As inflation comes down, the unemployment rate is expected to go up. Right now, it's 3.7%. The Fed projects it'll be somewhere around 4.4% in 2024, which would still be historically low. But some are doubtful it'll even rise by that much because companies are still struggling to find workers and may be reluctant to lay them off. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar.
When it comes to inflation, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says it is not coming down fast enough. Yesterday, he expressed this while speaking at an economic panel discussion with the president of the European Central Bank. The bottom line, he said, is that monetary policy hasn't been restrictive enough, meaning more consecutive rate hikes might be coming. Banking executives say this could be a multiple-year process.
We think it'll take them all of this year and all of next year to actually get more in line, and into 25 before they get inflation in line with their long-term targets.
Powell says there is still room for the economy to tighten, as he does not see a recession in the forecast. Now, if a recession were to happen, a new report from the Federal Reserve shows the nation's largest banks are prepared for it. This comes after large banks succeeded in the Fed's annual bank resilience test, despite several mid-size and super-regional banks barely getting a passing grade. The test is used to determine if money lenders have sufficient safeguards to survive sudden and unexpected losses. This year, the test carried extra weight due to the recent collapse of Silicon Valley, Signature, and First Republic banks.
Crime is everywhere.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says violent crime is down across the city, but we look at the numbers. Coming up, what the data is showing us in terms of carjackings and robberies across the city.
This morning, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a look at the process.
Weather alert day for the smoke that continues in our area. We'll take a closer look at when we'll see some improvement coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
5 o'clock on this Thursday morning, June 29th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today. And our big story, the air quality out there.
That's right. We are code red. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it down for us.
Yeah, that's right. Weather alert day because of that code red air quality, guys. Yesterday we were code orange for sensitive groups. Now it's pretty much all of us are going to be dealing with the unhealthy air quality. You can see it from this picture right here. This is here in Towson. That's not fog or mist. That is actual smoke that we saw move in yesterday, and that air quality that definitely diminished. And then as we see this morning, this is how we're waking up. So that's why we're in weather alert. The unhealthy air quality, the smoke from the wildfires. Today, a day to try to stay indoors, get the AC on if you can, and make sure to limit that time where you're going to be outdoors. You can see the entire Old Line State here under the red for the code red air quality. That does include the D.C. metro area and parts of Virginia as well. So all of us dealing with this degraded air quality for today. On your morning drive, mid to upper 60s here. Something to think about for your drive today is hitting that recirculate button on the AC, even if it's not, warm enough to have the AC on. Probably something you want to think about if you're out there on the roads and heading to work on your Thursday. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at what we can expect for your holiday weekend with more on our air quality throughout the entire U.S. Let's go over to Meg at the Live Center. Meg.
Yeah, Justin, thank you. We have more than a third of the U.S. population under heat and air quality alerts from the raging wildfires in Canada, as Justin was mentioning. Take a look at Maryland, guys. This really giving a picture of what we're dealing with. The entire state is red, leading to unhealthy conditions out there. More than 122 million Americans spanning 15 states from the Midwest to the East Coast are feeling the impacts from the smoke coming from Canada's raging wildfires, triggering those air quality alerts. A live look now over Washington, D.C., where the air quality already diminished to 163. That's in the unhealthy to breathe range. Check out this video. This was captured over Chicago. My goodness. And this shows the smoke just covering the city's skyline. This morning, Chicago's air is still being impacted with air quality over 200. That now makes them in the very unhealthy to breathe range. Now to a live look over Cincinnati, where air quality alerts are set through the end of today there. The quality, the worst it's been there in more than 20 years. Meantime, the deadly summer heat wave is intensifying along the Gulf Coast, putting more than 55 million Americans under heat alerts. Some of the excessive heat warnings issued include Dallas until 8 o'clock tonight and New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Louisiana through Friday. A live look now over Nashville this morning. Boy, look at that, even in the lights there. Also under excessive heat warnings there through today, as well as the majority of Middle Tennessee with the heat index values between 105 and 115. We're going to keep you up to date with the air quality and the heat alerts right here from our live center as the morning continues.
This morning, we are taking a closer look at the violence plaguing a city in crisis. This is Baltimore is recovering from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot. 2 of them died. 2 of those shootings happening along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. The first happened around 3 yesterday afternoon. A man was shot in a Home Depot parking lot.
Then, just before 7, 2 people were shot. One of them dead at a gas station that is inside the Belvedere Safe Street Zone.
Yesterday's violence comes as former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison wrote an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun touting the success of the city's crime fight while he was in office. Commissioner pointing to a reduction in murders and shootings compared to the same time last year. But some experts say it's too early to celebrate success.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Well, this morning we are breaking down the numbers behind the crime.
That's right. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the newsroom this morning with its impacts. Shannon.
Yeah, so former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison at Megan and Tom says that violent crime, is down 16% since he took office 4 years ago. But a closer look at the numbers shows it's just not that straightforward. In fact, we know carjackings and robberies are surging across the city, with more than 200 carjackings for this year and more than 1,400 robberies. And so that has some questioning really how effective this crime fight has been.
He can pick and choose and cherry pick kind of what his successes and failures were. People forget that the first half of 2022 was the most violent in Baltimore's history.
We've clearly lost control of the criminal system in Baltimore City. They're going to have to bring back safety to folks that live downtown, to rebuild the downtown area. Our folks aren't going to go back.
That was U.S. Senate hopeful David Trone there. The Democratic congressman pointing to the number of residents and businesses that are leaving the city. In fact, just yesterday, Giant Foods told Fox 45 News they're considering closing locations in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of theft and violence. Earlier this month, you'll remember, there was a shooting at this East Baltimore Giant on Sinclair Lane. So Giant hasn't officially made that announcement yet, but they say they are heavily weighing this option to close. And that would mean yet another business is closing their doors because of crime in the city. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, former Commissioner Harrison's op-ed, he wrote to the new technology and improved working conditions with new facilities for officers.
One thing that Harrison wasn't able to fix, though, is the officer shortage. Acting Commissioner Worley addressing that during a public safety hearing last week.
We're not getting 100 officers anytime soon. I think the next class has only got 20 or 22 in it. So we've got to do with what we have and ask our federal partners. But a lot of the other things that have been done, like the curfew initiative, the squeegee initiatives, the work with the homeless, the padlock initiative.
Well, we are just over a month into the mayor's youth curfew plan. In our next half hour, the concerns from business owners as they say they are not seeing results.
United Airlines is calling all hands on deck to get their flights airborne. The delays and cancellations at hand and how they hold up heading into this holiday weekend.
Going to be a busy travel weekend, and unfortunately, we've got this air quality that is not good when you step outside right now. We're in weather alert for the code red air quality alert. Back with your full forecast coming up. All right, guys, we're weather alert today. We're tracking the potential for the smoke that is going to stay with us. That's why you can see right there in that 7-day forecast, the weather alert day today should see some improving air quality as we head toward the weekend.
Justin, thank you. Happening today, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day is just the start of a life of service. Olivia Dance is joining us live at the Naval Academy this morning with a look at how the process is unfolding. Olivia.
Good morning. Yeah, Induction Day is starting very soon. So around 6:30 this morning, they're going to begin processing the incoming class. And approximately 1,200 men and women will be reporting here to the Naval Academy today for the start of plebe summer. Now, it's going to be a very busy day, but it's one filled with so much honor and pride.
They're all dedicated to a life of service. This not only ends with the college degree, it ends with the commission in the Maritime Services, where you will be deployed immediately after commissioning, quite possibly overseas.
The incoming class will have a very busy schedule today, as I mentioned, with gear assignments, issuing uniforms, health exams, training activities, and more. The day ends with the oath of office ceremony, and after that, plebes will meet with their families for the last time until August, which is the end of plebe summer, and when they will enter the Brigade of Midshipmen. The incoming class is filled with dedicated individuals from all different backgrounds, but what they all have in common is their love for our country. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. UPS has until tomorrow to come to a deal with its massive union. The progress made so far and what they're still vying for before a strike is expected.
And all morning long, we are continuing to track our code red air quality alert. Our Weather Authority team tracking when things are expected to clear up. Time now 5:11. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
514 trending now. By the end of this week, UPS could see its workers just walk out.
This comes after nearly 2 months of negotiating a new contract with the union, demanding air-conditioned vehicles, longer breaks, and higher wages.
The International Brotherhood of Teamsters, a union representing more than 340,000 UPS workers, says the company has until tomorrow to give its final and best offer. Earlier this month, UPS agreed to add air conditioning and other heat safety measures to its delivery vehicles, but negotiations for other demands are still ongoing. Union says 97% of unionized workers voted to authorize a strike.
As the 4th of July travel rush kicks off today, United Airlines is calling all hands on deck to get out of its multi-day schedule meltdown. Since Saturday, the airline has been canceling more flights than any other airline. FlightAware claims more than 2,400 United flights have been canceled and over 5,500 have been delayed. United reports those working are doing more than the job they were hired to do. The airline says it is starting to see operation improve and insists that they will be back on track for the holiday weekend.
This morning, more than 80 million Americans, including Marylanders, are under code red air quality alert. This is because of the smoke from Canada's wildfires, which is the second time it's happened just this month. Last time we saw an event like this 17 years ago.
Now, when it comes to the heat, check this out. Nearly 90 million Americans from the South to the Midwest are under heat alerts as several daily record highs could be broken this week. That is expected to include Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, and Florida.
Well, now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now to talk about the dangers associated with this smoke. I mean, yesterday you walked outside, you smelled. It smelled like smoke, you know, in the middle of the morning yesterday. Today, it's a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And the heat and the smoke, I mean, you just can't catch a break, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at throughout the U.S. It is summertime, and this is what we're looking at from our Towson camera. You can see that smoke that is definitely out there. Not the mist or the haze that we typically see. This is all from that smoke and the kind of settling into the region from what we saw moving in yesterday. So we're going to see air quality that is not going to be anywhere near where we saw yesterday. It's going to be worse than what we saw yesterday afternoon. Now, region-wide, our numbers are in the 60s, and we're actually at 70 in Baltimore City right now. We're at 56 in Cumberland, so those temperatures are going to be rising. So you had the air quality that is in the unhealthy category for most of us, and also those temperatures that are going to rise as we head toward the afternoon. But it is from the wildfire smoke in Canada. You got to limit your time outdoors. That's what you want to do today. And again, we've talked about this map where you can really see everything here, the entire state under that code red air quality alert. What does that mean? Here's the air quality index. Typically we're good or maybe even in the moderate category. Yesterday we were code orange for the unhealthy for sensitive groups. When you look at the unhealthy number, when you see the AQI, which is the air quality index between 151 and 200, that's when you have health effects for some members of the general public, and then you have serious effects for the sensitive groups. So the folks had to deal with it yesterday definitely do not want to be outdoors today, and then the rest of us all dealing with the unhealthy air quality that is out there. In terms of when the smoke may start to dissipate, unfortunately, not anytime soon. Look at our future smoke graphic here. This takes us through noon today, keeping that smoke around through Thursday afternoon, and even into Friday, that smoke is really not going to clear, not until we get to late Friday afternoon and into Friday evening. That's finally when we'll start to see some changes in the weather pattern. But overall, as you rise and shine with us, enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us. Numbers in the mid to upper 60s over the next few hours. On your sprinkler cast, probably want to get those sprinklers back on today as we are going to stay dry, and we're not talking about any rain, at least for today, moving into the region. High temperatures in those low to mid and upper 80s across Carroll County and Baltimore County as well. 84 Reisterstown, 85 for you in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid to upper 80s for Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well. Those numbers that will be a little bit closer to average for some and slightly above average for others. So mid to upper 80s continue up and down the East Coast, and 75 down the ocean for today. Here's that future scan showing you that ridge of high pressure keeping us dry today. Tomorrow we get a little bit of some improvement, but it's not going to be until the afternoon. That's when we'll get more of that southerly flow that should help to push out some more of that smoke and also bring in some rain showers that will help to kind of clean the air into Friday evening. Some showers left over early Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon we get back into more of the isolated bit pop-up thunderstorm chances. So overall, not looking too bad on Saturday. It's really just the morning time we'll see some of that leftover rain. So there's our weather alert day for today. Expecting to be not expecting to be in weather alert tomorrow, but maybe that code orange day is what we're going to be talking about again. And then those numbers are going to stay in the upper 80s and lower 90s throughout our holiday weekend with some unsettled weather each afternoon. Monday and Tuesday does look a little bit drier as we head toward the 4th.
Right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you scan that QR code right there on your screen to share pictures of the smoke that you're seeing in your neighborhood. That's going to take you right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload those pictures and videos, and you might just see them on air or online.
Well, now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a look at the map around the major roadways in Baltimore region in the green. No issues to report. Looks great this morning. Here, taking also a camera heading into the Fort McHenry Tunnel, where all lanes are active. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines. Out there on Metro Subway Link, you'll find single tracking between the Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin stations, and expect about a 20-minute delay as a result of that. Allowed time for travel on Metro Subway Link. Light Rail Link still dealing with the service disruption between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley, all due to maintenance ongoing. Allowed time for travel as their shuttle buses in place providing service on Light Rail Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This morning, we have continuing coverage on the fallout from Maryland's 529 savings plan, how more parents are joining the fight and planning out their next steps.
As we head into the holiday weekend, the city's youth curfew is once again under the microscope. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the plan's rocky start and why some say it's just not working. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
524 and taking you live to Ocean City in the Inner Harbor this morning as we are weather alert for code red air quality alert. This is because smoke from the Canadian wildfires blanketing the state along with much of the East Coast and Midwest. Before this summer, the last time we saw something like this 17 years ago. Now this is the second time just this month.
I feel very betrayed by the state of Maryland. The longer this drags out, the more serious it becomes.
Education alert for you this morning. Frustration continues as over 1,000 people have now joined the Facebook group of parents having trouble accessing prepaid college savings plan through Maryland 529. Many are frustrated that despite Maryland 529 oversight shifting to the state treasurer's office, the same problems persist with no timeline for a fix. A single mother of three saw her account go from over $270,000 to $150,000. Now she's going to major lengths to make tuition payments on time.
My parents, my in-laws, have had to take out money from their retirement funds. I mean, they live on a fixed income, but they're trying to, pull together to get their grandkids through school. And it's just so unnecessary when the money was ours.
Fox 45 sending questions to Treasurer Derek Davis, and this includes a request for an updated timeline on solutions, any advice for parents, and a response to those frustrated that a fix has yet to be introduced. As of now, we have not heard back.
Well, this summer, Baltimore County will be providing free meals for young people. Anyone 18 and under who is in need of food can get free access. Former Ravens player and Super Bowl champion Quadre Ismail joined County Executive Johnny Olszewski and people fighting hunger to talk about the program.
As a child, all I know, okay, I'm hungry right now. Can we get some food? But then to go to a space like Randallstown Library and the other libraries around town, to be able to have a chance to sit and eat breakfast, to sit there and have a lunch, it really does make a big difference.
Baltimore County is not the only place offering food this summer. Look for this story right now at foxbaltimore.com to find a location near you.
Today, we are on weather alert mode as smoke from the Canadian wildfires blankets the state.
From the morning to the night, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists are keeping you up to date on our current code red air quality alert.
This morning, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a look at the process. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Right now, we are on weather alert mode due to the Canadian wildfire smoke. We are on a code red air quality alert for the second time this month. On the left, taking you live to Ontario there in Canada, where the wildfires continue to rage on. On the right, that's the impacts we're feeling. A live look over the Inner Harbor in Towson as we continue to track this code red alert. Thanks for waking up with us on this Thursday, June 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers. We want to head right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast and what this smoke means to our lungs.
Well, and let me just tell you something really quick, guys, here, too. The messaging, I want everyone to know, because you hear code red a lot of times here in Baltimore City, and that typically means we have heat and we have, like, no air conditioning in the schools. But this is a code red air quality alert from the National Weather Service and from all of the folks who are dealing with all of the air that is in the air quality degraded out there, and definitely can see that smoke from those wildfires here. It's going to be worse today. That is why we have the code red air quality alert. The smoke from the wildfires, you want to limit your time outdoors today. You can see all of us here across the state of Maryland and the D.C. metro area all under that code red air quality alert. So your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go with your temperatures, but this is a day where you probably want to have that recirculate button on your AC, even as you're driving to work and seeing temperatures that are in the 60s. But good to have that air that is circulating in your car, not bringing in the air from outdoors. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
If there is curfew, you need law and order to pursue that, to enforce that. But you don't see it.
This morning, in a city in crisis, we are a little over a month into the city's curfew enforcement program.
A curfew van has been damaged, and officials have closed an unused curfew center. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why the curfew strategy, costing taxpayers $1 million, is under the microscope. Shannon.
Yeah, as we head into another holiday weekend, Tom, this youth curfew is certainly once again under the microscope, and especially whether or not it's working. We do know this plan has been off to a rocky start.
In a perfect world, yeah, everybody's going to go home, and we are not going to have any problem. But this is Baltimore. They don't want to be controlled. If they could have been controlled, they would be home with their mother, with their father.
Restaurant owner Tony Asadi there says the same teens who roar through the city at this hour on dirt bikes are not shy about disrupting his business at most any hour, whether this curfew is in place or not. Remember, the city launched its curfew engagement strategy 5 weeks ago, sending teams of volunteers into downtown communities to try to encourage curfew violators to go home or agree to be transported to one of the city's 2 new curfew centers. But within days, the window on a curfew van was shattered, volunteers forced to retreat, and last weekend, the city closed one of the 2 community centers after no teens consented to go there. Now, the C.C. Jackson Community Center in Park Heights is the only center the city is using as a curfew center. So in announcing that move, the mayor wrote this right here, quote, "That will help consolidate resources, prioritize ground-level outreach. These adjustments are coming out of a detailed assessment about what was working and where improvements could be made." Now, the mayor also says that youth-related homicides and non-fatal shootings are down from what they were last year, but there are many that are skeptical that that has anything to do with this curfew. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has played a big role in the curfew plan. This week, the mayor officially announced an interim director for that office, with current director Shante Jackson stepping down tomorrow. You can find more on the interim director, Stephanie Mavronis, on our website, foxbaltimore.com. And
we want to hear from you. Do you think the youth curfew plan is working? So far, 100% of voters say no. To weigh in now, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Elsewhere, the Maryland Supreme Court will hear appeals from the family of Hayman Lee as well as Adnan Syed about the on and off reinstatement of Syed's murder conviction, highlighting a battle over victim family rights. Last year, Syed was released from prison when the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office under Marilyn Mosby's leadership requested his conviction for Lee's murder be vacated. It was then reinstated after an appellate court ruled Lee's brother was not given enough notification of the hearing that ultimately freed Syed. Arguments will be made October 5th.
Well, happening today, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day is just the start of a life of service. Olivia Dance joining us live now at the Naval Academy with a look at how the process is unfolding there. Olivia.
Good morning. Yeah, Induction Day is starting very soon. So at around 6:30 this morning, they're going to begin processing the incoming class. Approximately 1,200 men and women will be reporting here to the Naval Academy today for the start of plebe summer. Now, it's going to be a very busy day, but it's one filled with so much honor and pride.
Beginning of that transformative process where we're going to take what you thought you knew, and we're going to start equipping you with some basic principles, to make sure that you're going to meet the mark and are ready on day one when you enter the Brigade of Midshipmen in August, that you are ready physically, mentally, and morally to perform the job.
As I mentioned, the incoming class will have a busy schedule today with gear assignments, issuing uniforms, health exams, training activities, and more. The day ends with the oath of office ceremony, and after that, plebes will meet with their families for the last time until August, which is the end of plebe summer and when they will enter the Brigade of Midshipmen. Now, the incoming class is filled with dedicated individuals from all different backgrounds, but what they all have in common is their love for our country. For now, reporting live in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thanks, Olivia. This morning, we are preparing for the latest unemployment numbers to drop. What we're expecting to see following unemployment benefits increasing earlier this month.
Today, wildfire smoke from Canada has us in weather alert mode, where Maryland's air quality sits compared to others around the country. 5:36, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Air quality will continue to be worse today than what it was yesterday. You're already seeing that here from our Towson camera with the smoke from the Canadian wildfires that is moving into large portions of the U.S. Millions of people affected by it, not only here at home, but across the nation. So if you want to get out for a run or a jog, I strongly suggest you do it early before that smoke gets worse, and maybe even just do it indoors today as opposed to getting outside. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes. We'll talk about when this smoke should move out of here.
Well, taking you and showing you some of that smoke, a live look from the White House. You can see it right back here this morning as we're waiting for the latest unemployment numbers to drop, giving us the latest clue into how the U.S. economy is actually doing. Earlier this month, the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits increased to its highest recorded level since November of 2021. Possible sign the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes over the past year may be taking hold in what's proved to be a resilient job market. Meanwhile, a new Pew Research report just out this week shows more people are likely to name the U.S. as the world's top leading economic power over China. The survey found a median of 41% of people across 23 countries say the U.S. to be the world's top economic power, compared to 33% who named China. Live look again over the White House as the Wall Street Journal reports U.S. is considering new restrictions on exports of artificial intelligence chips to China. These exports, as well as possibly restricting leasing of cloud services to Chinese AI companies. Again, those unemployment numbers set to come out just a few hours from now at 8:30 this morning. And when they drop, we'll share them with you right here from our live center.
Well, coming up, two separate train derailments this week in the U.S., how one ended up in marsh water and the other into a truck. Plus, medication dispensing errors are more common than you think. Still to come, how the issue is costing thousands of people their lives each year. It is 5:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, taking you live to Los Angeles, where developing now just northwest of this location, an Amtrak passenger train hits a truck and partially derails.
The fire department says 3 of the train's 7 cars went off the tracks but stayed upright. Of the 200 passengers and crew on board, many exited the train on their own. Some with help from first responders, and at least 16 people are said to have suffered some minor injuries in this. The driver of the truck was taken to the hospital and is reported to have more significant injuries. The crash remains under investigation this morning.
Meanwhile, in Iowa, a train derails, causing 21 cars to fall into marshland water. You see some of the images right here. 3 of the cars were carrying liquid asphalt, but there was no reported leaks. Officials say there are no injuries, no spills of any hazardous materials, and there is no threat to public safety. The cause, though, remains under investigation.
This morning, we are on weather alert mode as smoke from the Canadian wildfires filled the skies yet again. Take a look at this time lapse of the smoke moving into Baltimore County yesterday from our Towson cam. We were only on a code orange air quality alert yesterday. Today, Marylanders, along with more than 80 million Americans, are under a code red air quality alert. Just take a look at some of these images from Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Illinois. Not only can you see the smoke, but in many areas you can taste it, as well as when you step outside, you can smell it as well.
Yeah. 5:45 this morning, and we need to find out how bad it's going to get today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here joining us.
Yeah.
How long is it going to stick around?
Probably today's going to be the worst day. It looks like tomorrow we'll see some improvement. Probably going to be code orange again tomorrow for sensitive groups. But those sensitive groups really need to take it easy today, and all the rest of us also need to take it easy because this is how we're starting off our morning. The sun is now up, but it's tough to even see because of the smoke from those fires that's hanging around. Our Towson camera right now showing us the very hazy skies at this time. Our temperatures are not too bad, in the low to mid 60s as you make your way outside. Not much wind, and that's going to be the case today. That's stagnant air, so we're not getting the wind to kind of help move any of that smoke away from us. So the unhealthy air quality is why we're under that weather alert day, the smoke from those wildfires. So again, you want to limit that time outdoors. This is what we're talking about, the entire state under that code red air quality alert. So this is just one area of the country that is dealing with all of this. When you look at that air quality index, talked about this earlier, so you can see that code orange that we were in yesterday just for sensitive groups. Now it's pretty much for all of us on the unhealthy category. And there are several areas of the country under purples or even maroons for the very unhealthy or the hazardous weather conditions from that air quality. This is our look at our future smoke graphic. So again, that smoke hanging around through most of the day today into the afternoon and evening, not getting much improvement. Even on Friday, we're still going to have to deal with a lot of that wildfire smoke. By the time we get to Friday afternoon, we will see at least some improvement as it does look to move off to the north and move out of here, hopefully giving us some cleaner air for the weekend. Over the next 12 hours, our temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, so those numbers are pretty close to average for late June. And here's a look at your high temperatures in your neighborhood. 83 in Westminster for Carroll County, same number for you there in Bel Air and Harford County. Mid 80s for the Eastern Shore, right about 82 in Annapolis, and mid to upper 80s for Columbia through D.C. up into Baltimore this afternoon. The heat is also the big story through the U.S. Look at all these triple-digit numbers for Memphis, Oklahoma City, and Dallas. That is just the air temperature, not factoring in the humidity. And you have all of these millions of people under that pink, the excessive heat warnings with the dangerous heat and humidity for parts of the Arklatex region, the Mississippi River Valley, West Tennessee, down through Alabama, Mississippi, even parts of Florida and into Louisiana under that excessive heat warning. Now, we're not dealing with that heat here, but our temperatures are going to be warmer. Notice on our future scan that ridge of high pressure to the north of us kind of keeping us dry today. Tomorrow, we should get a little bit better chance of more of a southerly flow, so that wind picks up from the south and will help to actually bring in a few more showers by about 5 or 6 o'clock into Friday evening. And then overall Friday night into Saturday morning, some leftover rain showers. That will also help to kind of clean out the air a bit. Saturday afternoon will warm back up. We'll see the potential for an isolated pop-up thunderstorm, and then similar setup for you on Sunday. On your holiday countdown, we're just 5 days out till Independence Day. Labor Day, 67 days from right now. The Ravens home opener in just 73 days. And before you know it, we'll be talking about autumn in 86 days from right now. But the weather alert day is for today. Notice those numbers stay in the upper 80s and lower 90s as we take you into your 4th of July weekend. Monday, maybe seeing a few showers, but Tuesday right now does look dry for the 4th, and temps that stay warm. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Then to your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And taking a look, you see the map, just about everybody in the green. That yellow is from that water main break right near, that is right near Lock Raven High School, though. It's down to Cowpens Road only. So you can still get to the high school. You just have to go around it. And then on the right-hand side, this is a shot of the Key Bridge area right near Broning Highway, where you can see it is just all that in the background is that smoke that Justin was talking about, but traffic's moving along just fine. Taking you a live look now to our traffic photojournalist. He is driving along 695 just past Towson, heading toward Parkville. Now we want to get another check of your mass transit with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 and Camden 843 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look good for the commute. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, it's single tracking between Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin. Expect about a 20-minute delay as a result of that. Allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. Light Rail Link has that service disruption with this between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses are in place, bridging the gap there. Expect some delay in your travels on Light Rail Link as well. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
We want to see what you're seeing when it comes to the smoke in your neighborhood. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. You can share your pictures and videos. That is going to take you right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can get started.
This morning, we are taking a look at the numbers behind the crime in Baltimore City, how another business struggling with the decision to potentially close its doors for good.
And Project Baltimore demanding more answers when it comes to state reporting of student test results. Why our questions are being ignored, as many of those results have been hidden from the public. 5:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. something we will all likely face as we age, taking prescription medicine to improve our quality of life. And we expect our caregivers to prescribe the right medicine. But as Spotlight on America's Lisa Fletcher explains, medication dispensing efforts are more common than you think and cost thousands of people their lives every year.
When 74-year-old Rosina Jackson went to a rehab facility to recover from a blood clot, she thought the worst was behind her. Little did she know that within weeks she'd be in an intensive care unit with a life-threatening condition caused by a mistake at the D.C. nursing home her family trusted.
They gave her someone else's medication.
And nobody noticed?
Nobody noticed.
How long did this go on for?
We don't know.
The family says it wasn't until Rosina complained about swelling in her throat that they examined what the facility had given her.
The medicine that they had sent her home with that belonged to someone else was stuck down in the middle of these.
Even more troubling, the medicine, with someone else's name on it, was the blood pressure drug lisinopril, to which Rosina is severely allergic. Her throat nearly swelled shut. To survive, doctors put her on a ventilator and into a medically induced coma for more than a week. Medication errors are not rare. A 2022 report estimates 7,000 to 9,000 people a year in the U.S. die from the mistakes, and hundreds of thousands more suffer adverse reactions.
How likely is it that the number of medication errors is underreported?
Very likely. I think we're seeing the tip of the iceberg when we look at error reporting.
Rita Ju is the president of the Institute for Safe Medication Practices.
There is so many different systems that failed in order to lead to that medication errors.
And while hospitals are required to follow strict practices when giving medication, Ju says it's not the same for care facilities.
The regulations and the standards are not as tight in a nursing home, for example, or a skilled nursing facility. There is not as much requirements for the different steps of double checking to make sure that the right medication is getting to the patient.
We obtained nursing home inspection records for all facilities nationwide from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And in February of 2023 alone, found 9,829 facilities across the U.S. cited for more than 20,000 violations that could lead to medication errors. Illinois, Ohio, California, and Texas were the states with the most violations in these categories.
But you give me somebody else's medicine, that could kill me.
Mark Miller is the D.C. Ombudsman for long-term care facilities. He says errors like these are inexcusable.
I think a lot of facilities are experiencing a lot of problems right now because of the staffing. You know, it's just, it was bad before the pandemic. The pandemic, I think, exacerbated it. And now we're seeing the results of that.
Making it all the more critical, Miller says, for families to pay attention.
The message to families is, to the extent that you can, you need to be involved with the care and you need to monitor the care.
Go to SpotlightInvestigates.com, where you'll find resources, including a conversation with Miller about how to choose a facility, what to look for, what to ask, and his trick on getting a real view of how the place operates. For Spotlight on America, I'm Lisa Fletcher.
The amount of some heavy metals in baby food is decreasing, but according to Consumer Reports, the overall risk has stayed the same over the past 5 years. Amounts of lead, arsenic, and cadmium in baby food have declined, but levels of others have increased. Consuming too much heavy metals over a long term can cause health and developmental problems.
Pickleball has exploded in popularity in the U.S., but it's also led to a surge in injuries, especially among seniors.
A new report from UBS finds pickleball-related injuries could cost the U.S. between $250 million and $500 million in medical costs this year. Most injuries related to...
Well, we are taking a look at your weather alert day. We're talking about a code red for air quality. We'll take a look at when we can see some of the smoke move out of here.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says violent crimes are down, but we take a look at the numbers. Coming up, what the data is showing us about the concerning number of carjackings and robberies across the city.
A new set of underclassmen will officially become part of the U.S. Naval Academy. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we join them on the start of their journey.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on this Thursday morning, June 29th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and our big story is the air quality alert that's in effect right now.
That's right. Weather alert, and meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about how bad it is today versus yesterday.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We're already seeing it worse this morning, especially as you step outside. Let me show you what's going on. This is the big live window that we open up here from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And yeah, the sun is up, and you can't even see it out there. This is all that smoke that has settled into the area from those wildfires well to the north of us. And Canada, most of the country at least, are seeing those wildfires in pretty much every province up there. So our unhealthy air quality here, that's why we're in our weather alert mode for today. The smoke from those wildfires. Today is a time where you want to limit your time outdoors and try to do more indoor activities. All of us here in the red, under that code red, air quality alert, which means we have the unhealthy air quality for pretty much all of us. So as you're out for your morning drive, our temperatures are not bad right now. In fact, low to mid 60s, even mid to upper 60s, taking you through the 8 and 9 o'clock hour. But today, you probably want to hit that recirculate button in the car so you don't have that smoke coming in when you're driving to work. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all on this Thursday morning in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at some of the cameras that we have around the area. You can see in the backdrops there, though, the smoke that Justin was just talking about when you're coming into work. You may think it's fog. It's not. So just make sure you stay indoors as much as possible. And we do have one incident that just came up, 695's outer loop right near North Point Boulevard. The outer loop there, in not much information, does not seem to be causing any delays. There's some flashing lights. The right side, the right lane is closed. Just the left, it looks like the left shoulder is the only way that you can get by there from the Cove Road camera.
From our live center now this morning, more than a third of the U.S. population is under heat and air quality alerts, as Justin has been talking to us about, from the raging wildfires in Canada. And take a look at this really cool resource right here. You can actually see, as we zoom in, those wildfires in Canada that are raging right now. Those are indicated by those yellow bright spots that you see right here. And as a result of the wind patterns, that smoke blowing south here, the purple dots that you see right here, those are actually the areas showing the worst air quality alerts right now. And then the areas marked in red right here, including Maryland, that is the unhealthy air quality alert. Orange means unhealthy for sensitive groups, yellow and moderate. But you can see a lot of the United States now dealing in the red and purple right now. In fact, more than 122 million Americans spanning 15 states from the Midwest to the East Coast are feeling the impacts, as you saw on that map there, from the smoke coming from Canada's raging wildfires, again, triggering those air quality alerts. A live look now over Washington, D.C. You can see it there. The air quality already diminished to 163. That is in the unhealthy to breathe range. Check out this video. This is Chicago. My goodness, showing the smoke covering the city skyline there. This morning, Chicago's air is still being impacted with air quality over 200. That is the very unhealthy to breathe range, listed in purple on the map that we showed you earlier. Now to a live look over Cincinnati. Air quality alerts there set to be in effect through the end of today. The quality is the worst it has been there in more than 20 years. Meantime, the deadly summer heat wave intensifying along the Gulf Coast, putting more than 55 million Americans under heat alerts. Some of the excessive heat warnings actually include Dallas until 8 tonight, and then New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Louisiana through Friday. A live look now over Nashville this morning, also under excessive heat warnings through Friday, as well as the majority of the Middle Tennessee, with heat index values, get this, between 105 and 115. It's going to be hot. We're going to keep you up to date with the air quality alerts in effect and the heat alerts right here from our live center all morning long.
This morning, we are taking a closer look at the violence plaguing a city in crisis. This is Baltimore's recovering from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot, 2 of them killed.
2 of those shootings happened along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. The first happened around 3 p.m. A man shot in a Home Depot parking lot. Then just before 7, 2 people were shot, one of them dead at a gas station that's inside the Belvedere Safe Street zone.
Yesterday's violence comes as former police commissioner Michael Harrison wrote an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun touting the success of the city's crime fight while he was in office. Commissioner pointing to a reduction in murders and shootings compared to the same time last year. But some experts say it's too early to celebrate success.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
Well, this morning we are breaking down the numbers behind the crime in Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the newsroom this morning with its impacts. Shannon.
Well, former police commissioner Michael Harrison, Megan and Tom, says violent crime is down some 16% since he took office 4 years ago. But a closer look at that data shows it's not that straightforward. In fact, we are seeing crimes like carjackings and robberies surge in our city. We know so far this year there have already been more than 200 carjackings and more than 1,400 robberies. And so that has some questioning just how effective this crime fight really is.
He can pick and choose and cherry pick kind of what his successes and failures were. People forget that the first half of 2022 was the most violent in Baltimore's history.
We've clearly lost control of the criminal system in Baltimore City. They're going to have to bring back safety to folks that live downtown to rebuild the downtown area. Our folks aren't going to go back.
That was U.S. Senate hopeful David Trone there. The Democratic congressman pointing to the number of residents and businesses leaving the city. In fact, just yesterday, Giant Foods told FOX45 News they are considering closing locations in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of theft and violence. Earlier this month, you'll remember there was a shooting at this East Baltimore Giant on Sinclair Lane. So Giant hasn't officially said that they will close, but they say they are heavily weighing that option. And if they did, that would mean yet another business in the city is closing its doors due to crime. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In former Commissioner Harrison's op-ed, he wrote about the new technology and improved working conditions with new facilities for officers.
One thing Harrison wasn't able to fix, though, is the officer shortage. Acting Commissioner Worley addressing that during a public safety hearing last week.
We're not getting 100 officers anytime soon. I think the next class has only got 20 or 22 in it. So we've got to do with what we have and ask our federal partners. But a lot of the other things that have been done, like the curfew initiative, the squeegee initiatives, the work with the homeless, the padlock initiative.
Procession for a fallen firefighter begins at the medical examiner's office in Baltimore. His colleagues from across the state lining streets all the way back to Leonardtown. Yesterday, Bryce Trosbach was responding to a house fire in St. Mary's County when the floor beneath him gave way. His fellow firefighters were able to pull him from the rubble, but he died later from his injuries. Another firefighter was injured in the same collapse and is expected to recover. The new curfew in Baltimore is already getting scaled back. Just ahead, the issues many businesses are still seeing, despite the city saying it's working.
Maryland's 529 account holders in a financial crisis and no end in sight. The lack of transparency still happening months after a new leader takes over.
Air quality already worse this morning, and we're taking another look at what we can expect for when the air will improve in terms of being able to get back outdoors. We'll talk about your weather alert day coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local. All right, 6:10 is your time right now. Welcome back. We are in weather alert mode, not for any storms, not for the heat, but for this, the poor air quality that we are already seeing out there. This is from our Towson cam this morning. So just know you probably want to try to do some indoor stuff today. Get the AC on, close those windows, use the recirculate button on your car as you're heading out. You can grab the sunglasses, no need for the jacket or the umbrella, but we just won't see a lot of that sun. It's going to be that big kind of orange ball in the sky with the clouds, well, with the smoke that is going to be in the area. And I would do your exercise inside as well. Typically we say jogging, Cass, and I'm all about, hey, summertime, getting outside, doing some fun stuff, but maybe today we just kind of pause for at least a day. We do see some improvement coming by the time we get to tomorrow and into the weekend. I'll take you through that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
We'll stay with Fox 45 News. Our team of meteorologists will be keeping track of the smoke and the air quality throughout the day and night. Chief Meteorologist Jonathan Myers will continue to track the air quality alert later for us.
I feel very betrayed by the state of Maryland. The longer this drags out, the more serious it becomes.
Now to an education alert for you this morning. Frustration continues as over 1,000 people have now joined the Facebook group of parents having trouble accessing prepaid college savings plans through the Maryland 529 plan.
Many frustrated that despite Maryland's 529 oversight shifting to the state treasurer's office, same problems persist. With no timeline for a fix, a single mother of 3 saw her account go from more than $270,000 down to $150,000. Now she's going to major lengths to make tuition payments on time.
My parents, my in-laws, have had to take out money from their retirement funds. I mean, they live on a fixed income, but they're trying to, pull together to get their grandkids through school. And it's just so unnecessary when the money was ours.
Fox 45 sending questions to Treasurer Derek Davis, and this includes a request for an updated timeline on solutions, any advice for parents, and a response to those frustrated that a fix has yet to be introduced. As of now, we have not heard back.
No child hungry. That's the goal in Baltimore County, just to have the food options this summer for anyone 18 and under.
Calls growing stronger for safer roadways. Next, the shocking increase in pedestrian deaths this year alone. 6:13, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all Making headlines, pedestrians at risk. According to a new report, every day, 20 people walk outside and end up getting killed by a moving vehicle. The National Desk's Janae Bowens looks into what is contributing to the deaths and one solution proposed by the Biden administration.
This is the worst pain I've ever felt in my life.
Steve Ortiz describes his heartbreak with our station in Washington, D.C. He lost his parents, Miguel and Margarita Ortiz, in November. They were headed to vote when a driver struck them.
My work ethic, my drive, everything comes from them.
It's a pain too many people across the country can relate to. New preliminary data from the Governor's Highway Safety Association shows drivers hit and killed more than 7,500 pedestrians last year. That's the most deaths since 1981.
We are literally going backwards.
GHSA's Pam Fisher says our country needs improvement in our behavior.
Going well over the speed limit. And that's not just on highways, but on oftentimes local community streets. They're impaired. They're also distracted.
It's also our infrastructure.
We have a lot of places where people are forced to walk on the roadway, oftentimes in high speeds of traffic. They may be in areas where the lighting is not very good, and a lot of these incidents happen after dark.
Fisher hopes to see more states design and build safer roadways to prevent more families from losing loved ones, like Miguel and Margarita.
They did not deserve to go out like that.
Now, Fisher says cars have gotten larger and heavier, and that's another reason for the spike in pedestrian deaths. Now, the Biden administration is proposing automatic emergency braking requirements for all new vehicles in an effort to reduce deadly crashes. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
6:17 now, and we saw it right there. We are in red air quality alert today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with what we need to know. And my goodness, you can see it there in that shot.
Yeah, see or can't see, I guess is what you can say. Meg, Tom, good morning to both of you. And good morning, everyone. The sun is up. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam showing us that smoke is worse than what we saw yesterday at this time, and will continue to be worse as we take you into the afternoon. 63, your current temperature, BWI. Temperature is not bad at all. In fact, we're not seeing any wind, and that's going to be the case today where we've got very stagnant air. We're not going to get any wind to kind of move things around. Temps across the state are not bad either. Look at that, 55 in Cumberland, a pleasant 63 in Baltimore, 64 at Salisbury. So normally I'd say, hey, man, get outside and enjoy the morning time. But today you want to try to stay inside because of that weather alert day and that unhealthy air quality as that smoke lingers, excuse me, into the area. You're going to be probably doing a lot of coughing today, too. Our air quality index, yesterday we were in the unhealthy for sensitive groups, that code orange, now today in that code red. And if you look back, it's been about 17 years since we had a code red air quality alert day. And we've already now had the second one in the month of June. So we had those fires earlier this month, or the smoke from the fires that were earlier this month. Now we're going to have to deal with that once again today. And that's the entire state. You can see the code red air quality alert and the D.C. metro area as well. So basically, wherever you go, you're going to see this smoke. This is our future smoke model. This shows what the smoke is going to be doing and how long it's going to be hanging around. Most of the day today, it's going to be the thickest. And then even as we head toward tomorrow, that smoke will stay in the area, but we'll see a little bit of improvement on Friday. And by Friday late afternoon into the evening time is when things will start to improve heading to the weekend. So thankfully, we're not expecting to have to deal with this for the entire weekend. As you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s, grab that cup of joe and enjoy breakfast with us here this morning. Sun will be up until 8:37 tonight. It is getting up a little bit later each morning as we're getting farther away from the summer solstice. So low to mid and upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps today. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those low to mid 80s as well throughout the day today. The heat building. Look at all of these triple digit temperatures for St. Louis and Memphis down through New Orleans, Dallas, Oklahoma City. And then you add in that heat and humidity. And we've got excessive heat warnings that we were talking about earlier. All of those areas in pink and heat advisories as well. So a lot of the country is just cooking later this afternoon. Here's a look at our future scan. We got that ridge of high pressure here to the north, keeping us dry. Tomorrow we'll see this warm front that'll move in from the south, and moving into tomorrow afternoon and evening, a better chance of a couple of more pop-up showers, possible thunderstorm late Friday, but it's early Saturday morning that some of that rain will be around. That should help to clean up the air just a little bit, and also we'll get back into more of a southerly flow through the weekend that should keep that air or the smoke pushing to the north. So here's that 7-day forecast for us. Weather alert day expected today. We are going to see those temperatures stay in the upper 80s and lower 90s throughout your holiday weekend. Good news is we do look dry as we head toward next week for fireworks on the 4th. Now let's check in with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 400 operating with a 10-minute delay, and we've got Train 511 on the Penn line and Camden Train 845 with 5-minute delays. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect a service disruption to still be with us between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley. That's due to maintenance ongoing. You'll find shuttle buses in place providing service out there on Light Rail Link. Certainly allow time for travel. Metro Subway Link is single tracking between Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin with a 20-minute delay in both directions. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
A judge sides with Baltimore residents when it comes to BGE gas regulators. How long a restraining order will last, what BGE is saying this morning.
As we head into another holiday weekend, the city's youth curfew, once again, under the microscope. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the plan's rocky start and why some say it's just not working. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Man, that's all I want to know.
What point are you going to stop harassing me?
I'm not harassing you.
Of course you are. I would appreciate that.
You're the deputy state superintendent. I'm simply asking you about how taxpayer dollars are being spent.
Project Baltimore presses officials who oversee how billions of your tax dollars are spent to educate nearly 1 million Maryland public school students. Why a presentation on data suppression techniques is raising more questions.
This summer, Baltimore County will be providing free meals for anyone 18 and under in need of food. A former Ravens player and Super Bowl champion joining County Executive Johnny Olszewski and people fighting hunger to talk about the program and the need it'll satisfy.
As a child, all I know, I'm hungry right now. Can we get some food? But then to go to a space like Randallstown Library and the other libraries around town, to be able to have a chance to sit and eat breakfast, to sit there and have a lunch, it really does make a big difference.
Baltimore County is not the only place offering food this summer. We're going to pull up that story on our website, foxbaltimore.com, and you can find a location near you. Well, Fox 45 News was at the Inner Harbor as Port Discovery welcomed a new exhibit, and it's called The Playhouse.
The new theater exhibit is interactive, and it includes a stage, puppet theater, costumes, and props. Museum officials say both adults and kids can use this exhibit to tap into their artistic creativity.
We hope kids' stories will come alive and dreams take flight. It's not just about observation. Active participation is going to be key here from not only our kids, but also from our adults. We hope people of all ages will unleash their creativity by experimenting with stage lighting, control sound effects, and even try their hands at acting.
All of Maryland seeing a code red air quality alert just ahead this morning when we could start to see the smoke clear.
It's induction day for the incoming plebes at the U.S. Naval Academy. Just ahead, we take you there to their first day and all the processes they need to go. 6:27 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, we are weather alert mode due to the Canadian wildfire smoke. We are code red for air quality for the second time this month. Now, on the left, that's live from Ontario. Looks great there. They're really close to the wildfires as they're continuing to rage on. But looking over on your right side of your screen, that's the Inner Harbor and Towson cameras. As you can see, it looks like fog, but it's not fog. It is It is the haze and the smoke, and that's causing the red alert.
Incredible what the winds are bringing us. Thanks for joining us. It's Thursday, June 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out about the temperatures, too. I mean, besides the air quality.
Yep. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with all that info for us.
Yeah, that's the thing that we're not even talking about. It's nice outside temperature-wise right now to be outdoors, but just not nice because you can't even see the sun. I had this shot pulled up, and just literally, like, you can kind of see in the left-hand side of your screen that orange ball. It's really hard to make out, but the sun is up. And just a moment ago, I could actually see it. Yeah, you see it right there? So it's tough to see, and that's what's going to be the issue today, guys. We're talking about reduced visibility, unhealthy air quality, smoke from those wildfires. You want to limit your time outdoors and do more indoor stuff with the AC on. Your morning drive, Mr. Bose says we're good to go. Again, temperature's not the issue. Mid to upper 60s and into the lower 70s through about 9 a.m. Get that recirculate mode on your car. It's that little thing that looks like, I don't know, a circle with arrows on it. 88 today for your next 3 days. We'll get to about 90 tomorrow, bringing in a chance for some showers and thunderstorms Friday afternoon and again into Saturday as well. So we'll be tracking that and when we'll start to see some improvement in our air quality coming up in a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens-Stoller traffic network and a close look at the Charles Street area as you're looking through that smoke down there. As most of everybody on the major roadways around Baltimore are moving along without any issues.
If there is curfew, you need law and order to pursue that, to enforce that, but you don't see it.
This morning, in a city in crisis, we are a little over a month into the city's curfew enforcement program.
The curfew van has been damaged. Curfew center has been closed. So is it working? Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why the curfew strategy that's costing taxpayers millions of dollars is now under the microscope. Shannon?
Yeah, as we head into another holiday weekend, Tom, that curfew and just how effective it is truly top of mind. And we know so far it's been off to a rocky start.
In a perfect world, yeah, everybody's going to go home and we are not going to have any problem. But this is Baltimore. They don't want to be controlled. If they could have been controlled, they would be home with their mother, with their father.
That was restaurant owner Tony Asadi, who says the same teens who roar through the city at this hour on dirt bikes are not shy about disrupting his business at most any hour, whether a curfew is in place or not. Remember, the city launched its curfew engagement strategy 5 weeks ago, sending teams of volunteers into downtown communities to try to encourage curfew violators to go home or agree to be transported to one of the city's 2 new curfew centers. But within days, the window on a curfew van was shattered. Volunteers forced to retreat. And just last weekend, the city closed one of the 2 community centers after no teens consented to go there. So now the C.C. Jackson Community Center in Park Heights is the only center the city is using as a curfew center. In announcing the move, the mayor wrote this right here, quote, "That will help consolidate resources, prioritize ground level outreach. These adjustments are coming out of a detailed assessment about what was working and where improvements could be made." Now, the mayor also says youth-related homicides and non-fatal shootings on the weekends is down from this time last year, but there are many who are skeptical that that has anything to do with this curfew. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has played a big role in the curfew plan. This week, the mayor officially announced an interim director for that office, with current director Shantae Jackson stepping down tomorrow. You can find more on the interim director, Stephanie Mavronis, on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We want to hear from you. Do you think the youth curfew plan is working in Baltimore? So far, 100% of our voters have responded no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Happening today, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day, just the start of a life of service. And Olivia Dance is joining us live from the Naval Academy with a look at how the process is unfolding. Olivia.
Good morning. Induction Day is kicking off very soon. So at around 6:30 this morning, they will begin processing the incoming class. Approximately 1,200 men and women will be reporting here to the Naval Academy today for the start of plebe summer. It's going to be a very busy day, but it's one filled with so much honor and pride.
Beginning of that transformative process where we're going to take what you thought you knew, and we're going to start equipping you with some basic principles, to make sure that you're going to meet the mark and are ready on day one when you enter the Brigade of Midshipmen in August, that you are ready physically, mentally, and morally to perform the job.
As I mentioned, the incoming class will have a very busy schedule today with gear assignments, issuing uniforms, health exams, training activities, and more. The day ends with the oath of office ceremony, and after that, plebes will meet with their families for the last time until August, which is the end of plebe summer, and when they will enter the Brigade of Midshipmen. The incoming class is filled with dedicated individuals who come from all different backgrounds, but what they all have in common is their love for our country. For now, reporting in Annapolis, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A massive cocaine bust in Anne Arundel County putting a spotlight on the state's home monitoring system. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, what can be done to make sure people are actually being monitored?
And we are waiting on the latest unemployment numbers after a record high. What this could indicate when it comes to interest rates in the future.
We are weather alert this morning. Just ahead, the warnings for air quality and when we could see the skies clear up. 6:36 is the time, and there is 2 suns in those cameras right there. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Lynchburg, Virginia meteorologist George Flickinger.
This is what you do when you're a meteorologist at night and you haven't seen rain in a while. You come out at 1 o'clock in the morning and watch it rain.
He says they're expecting a turn next week with lows below freezing, but for now, this
sounds wonderful.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.39 is your time right now. We are under weather alert because of this. You can see all of that smoke that has settled into the area. Our air quality remains in the unhealthy category throughout most of the day today. So your run or your jog, strongly suggest you do that inside on the treadmill where the people are yelling at you on the little screen. Here's a look at your 3 TCAS. 88 today. We'll drop to about 70 tonight. We'll get to 90 tomorrow. We do have some chances as we get into the later part of tomorrow afternoon for some increased activity. We'll see the pop-up shower and thunderstorms start to move in as well. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. And make sure you at home scan the QR code right there on your screen. We'd love to see the pictures that you're seeing of the smoke in your neighborhood. That's going to take you right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload those pictures and videos, and you just might see them on air or online.
Well, this morning, from the Live Center this morning, we are waiting for the latest unemployment numbers to drop, taking you live to the Capitol, where you can see through that smoke and haze Justin was just talking about. The latest clue, though, with these numbers on the U.S. economy and how it's doing. Earlier this month, the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits increased to the highest recorded level since November of 2021. A possible sign that the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes over the past year may be taking hold in what's proved to be a resilient job market. Meanwhile, new Pew Research report just out this week shows more people are likely to name the U.S. as the world's top leading economic power over China. Survey found a median of 41% of people across 23 countries say that the U.S. to be the world's top economic power, compared to 33% who named China. Live look again this morning over the White House as the Wall Street Journal reports U.S. is considering new restrictions on exports of artificial intelligence chips to China, as well as possibly restricting leasing of cloud services to Chinese AI companies. Again, those unemployment numbers set to come out in just a few hours from now at 8:30 this morning. And when they do drop, we'll share them with you right here from our Live Center.
The Supreme Court could release its ruling on student loan debt. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we're going to take a look at what the cost is to you when it comes to forgiving other people's loans. And we are just days away from the start of legalized recreational marijuana. The worries now about overwhelming the new industry. It is 6:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
644. When it comes to the BGE lawsuit in Baltimore City, more than 100 customers are taking a win over the company's installation of the external gas regulators. Judge grants a temporary restraining order on work being done at homes where owners have not consented to the installation. Gas service must also be restored where it was shut off. The disputes have been going on for weeks and reached a crescendo in Federal Hill last week when 3 residents were arrested while protesting at a work site. Restraining order lasts 10 days. BGE says it will comply.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison is touting the success of the city's crime fight while he was in office, but some experts say it's just too early to celebrate success. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with a snapshot of crime in Baltimore City. Shannon.
Well, what we're seeing right now, Megan, is a surging number of carjackings and robberies throughout the city. In fact, so far this year, there have already been more than 200 carjackings and more than 1,400 robberies in the city. And so while Michael Harrison says violent crime is down since he took office 4 years ago, those numbers show it's not so straightforward. In fact, we know Giant Foods tells us that they are thinking about closing their stores in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of this crime. And so that would be just another business that is closing its doors. In just 15 minutes, we are going to dive deeper into that. Plus, we'll hear from those that are skeptical about this crime fight. Tom and Megan, back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. We are 2 days away from recreational marijuana becoming legal in Maryland, but there are some rules about how and where you can get it and where you can smoke it.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C., joining us live from a dispensary in Silver Spring to break down the new rules. John, good morning.
Good morning to you both. There are still a lot of questions here. You know, for years, it was medical use only here in Maryland. That all changes come Saturday. We understand that about 100 dispensaries like this one right here in downtown Silver Spring have been approved by state regulators to convert to dual licenses that will be able to serve medical use and recreational for adults. Standard cannabis licenses will be valid for 5 years, allowing adults 21 and up to grow, process, or dispense. Now, the Maryland Cannabis Administration projects sales to range from $400 million to $600 million for the first year. I spoke with Sloan Barber, the founder and CEO of CareersInCannabis.com. He says it's crucial for Maryland to be workforce ready and workforce prepared because this new industry will bring tons of new jobs.
The industry does create a lot of jobs in states, and it creates them very quickly. And it's a wide range of jobs, from retail to agriculture to delivery, logistics, manufacturing, and extraction, and kitchen work for edibles, right? So you really have an incredibly diverse workforce that ends up getting pulled together.
So how many jobs? Well, the cannabis industry already employs roughly 450 to 500,000 people nationally. Currently, there are more cannabis workers in states like Michigan and California than there are cops. And nationwide, there are more than there are dentists. Just to put things in perspective. Reporting live, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Very interesting. Thank you, John. All right, we're in weather alert here on this Friday Eve, this Thursday morning.
And we're in weather alert because of the air quality. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. And, hey, we're starting to see the sun peek out.
I mean, here it is. That's something, right, guys?
Yeah.
Earlier we were looking, we couldn't even see that big ball out there in the sky. This is what it looks like right now from our Towson camera, and you probably smell it in your house. If you've stepped outside just to get the paper or walk the dog, you know that it is a smoky and hazy morning. Our temperatures are not too bad, but that code red air quality alert, the entire state of Maryland, the D.C. metro area, parts of Virginia and West Virginia under that code red air quality alert. And for perspective, we talked about it earlier, we haven't had a code red air quality alert for the Baltimore region in 17 years until earlier this month. And now this is the second one that we've had in the same month. That's all from the wildfire smoke that's moving in from Canada, not only impacting us here at home, excuse me, but Across the country, millions of people are dealing with these air quality alerts for the unhealthy air quality, where you just have to do stuff indoors. You got to stay with the AC going and try to get that air recirculated so you're not taking in any of that air from outside. When you look at this map right here, this is the air quality index. Typically, we're in good, maybe the moderate category. Yesterday, we were in the orange category for sensitive groups. Now, today, it's pretty much all of us, but there are several areas of the country that are purple or even maroon in the very unhealthy or the hazardous situation where that air quality index is above 150, 200, and even 300 plus. Can you imagine that? I mean, we think it's bad here. How about being in the 2 to 300 category for that AQI? So here's our look at our future smoke model. This shows us that we're going to keep the smoke with us through most of the day today and into the afternoon. We may get a little improvement by the time we head into tomorrow, but not till the afternoon. So again, the smoke's going to stay with us here through Friday morning and midday. Finally, by Friday afternoon, we are expecting at least some improvement, and we'll also track some showers, maybe even a couple of thunderstorms as well. So as you head out over the next 12 hours, again, probably staying in, those numbers staying in the mid to upper 80s for us today. Go ahead and get the sprinklers on as well, because we're going to stay dry. We're not tracking any rain, not until we get into late tomorrow and into Saturday. Low to mid and upper 80s across central Maryland for your high temperatures. 88 is the average this time of year. Very similar to that number or close to that number for Baltimore this afternoon. 87 in D.C. and 75 down the ocean in Ocean City. Ridge of high pressure is why we're staying dry today, but that's also keeping that smoke in play. We're not getting any wind to move any of that. As we head toward tomorrow, more of a southerly flow picks up, so a better chance of some more showers. After about 6, 7 o'clock tomorrow into the evening time, some leftover rain for us early Saturday morning, and then Saturday afternoon we'll heat back up. We'll get those pop-up isolated thunderstorms that will be around. Very typical summer-like pattern. That's going to continue into Sunday as well as this area of low pressure slides up the East Coast. Now, temperature-wise for your holiday weekend and for today, upper 80s and lower 90s is what we're going to see. Looking like we're going to see dry conditions, maybe a stray shower left over Monday, but Tuesday for the 4th does look dry, even though our temperatures will be warm in the lower 90s. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take you live now to the Parkville area where we are still following that water main break. This is right near Cromwell Bridge Road. You can see, obviously, road closures through that area yet again here this morning. Keep that in mind as you're heading out.
Right now, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a closer look at the process.
And take your kids to the water park, no matter what the weather conditions are like. In just a few minutes, we'll take you live to the brand new Great Wolf Lodge opening up in Perryville.
But first, we're making a splash on this Thursday morning.
And we're diving right into a coffee This morning, more than 80 million Americans, including Marylanders, are under code red air quality alert. This is because of smoke from Canada's wildfires, which is the second time we've seen it here this month. Last time we saw an event like this 17 years ago.
When it comes to the heat, nearly 90 million Americans from the South to the Midwest are under heat alerts as several daily record highs could be broken here this week. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News in just a few minutes. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to have a first look at your weather alert day forecast.
Remember, you can track severe weather even when we're not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started. Happening now, a new report estimates people got away with more than $200 billion in pandemic small business loans after many lawmakers warned of this issue.
Janae Bowens with the National Desk looks at the startling numbers and what's being done about it.
Small business owners like Winnie Thompson are still picking up the pieces from the COVID-19 pandemic's major blow.
Were getting lost and people were getting really upset. And so we had to refund thousands of dollars that we really couldn't afford.
Her literacy company, Books and Bros, didn't get government aid, so COVID-19 business loan fraud strikes a nerve.
There are businesses, in addition to us, who have, been in dire need of support.
A new report from the Small Business Administration's Office of Inspector General shows more than $200 billion in COVID-19 aid, like PPP loans, may have been stolen. But the Small Business Administration disagrees and says the amount of likely fraud is $36 billion. Either way, money ended up in the wrong hands, despite several warnings.
3 years ago, we were operating blindly.
Dane Stangler with the Bipartisan Policy Center says there's no excuse for the fraud, but context is needed.
We were trying to get as much money out the door to small businesses as possible.
The SBA OIG's report says the SBA weakened or removed necessary controls to prevent fraudsters.
It is very frustrating.
The federal watchdog admits the SBA has made progress, but there's still room for improvement, like establishing and using effective internal fraud controls. The SBA Inspector General Mike Ware will testify to Congress about the findings on July 13th. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Janae Bowens.
Well, in Baltimore, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is now allocating another $13 million in ARPA funding to community organizations as we continue to investigate one nonprofit who's accused of wasting that federal funding.
Well, Lazarus Right is a nonprofit that helps ex-offenders re-enter society, and Christopher Irvin is the founder. Earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract under the mayor's Clean Core program, which allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned. Contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Right misused up to $265,000 taxpayer dollars.
Well, Fox 45 News asking the mayor's office if the nonprofit was properly vetted by the city.
In a response, they say, quote, Lazarus Right, Inc. was a partner nonprofit that successfully cleared their awarded neighborhoods, but struggled with fiscal compliance. In alignment with the monitoring and oversight controls in place for all Clean Core partners, the contract with Lazarus Right was terminated.
If you want to read more stories on the Baltimore City's allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds, you can head to our website, that's foxbaltimore.com, and click on News Links.
Caught on camera, a dramatic rescue on the Passaic River as a first responder really just rappels from a helicopter to rescue two New Jersey firefighters.
It all started when contractors were out on a boat clearing trees, and one of them fell into the river. A fireboat that came to their rescue then flipped, and the two firefighters were stranded.
No word yet on whether the firefighters were hurt or the condition of the contractor who fell in.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says violent crime is down since he first took office, but we look at the numbers. Just ahead, what the data is showing us about the concerning number of carjackings and robberies across the city.
Right now, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a closer look at the process.
Unfortunately, smoky skies are why we are in weather alert here for today. That unhealthy air quality, not going to be a day to be hanging out outdoors. We'll break down when we'll see some improvement on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert this morning due to the code red air quality alert in our region. Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor in Towson, and these different cameras here, both showing the hazy skies. Canadian wildfire smoke passes through our state. Well, thank you for joining us on this Thursday, June 29th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today. Obviously, weather alert. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here letting us know what's going on.
Tom, you and I were going to try to fly today. I don't know. It doesn't look very good out there. And just because we're not IFR doesn't mean that if we can't see what's going on, that visibility is going to be reduced no matter what you're doing outside, whether you're trying to fly or even just driving down the road, because this is what it looks like. And this is how it is going to stay throughout most of the day today. You can barely see that sun that is in our Towson shop. Unhealthy air quality, the smoke from those fires here, limit your time outdoors, more of an indoor day today with the AC running for sure. The entire state under that code red air quality alert. And this is the second time this month we've been in a code red air quality alert. And basically, you got to go back 17 years before we even had any kind of code red air quality alert here at home. So, morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. The temps are not bad when you step outside, but hit that recirculate button there and use your AC as you're driving to work so you don't have any of that smoke coming in the car. We'll have another look at your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Who should stay inside today during the code red air quality alert besides sensitive groups? Children, the elderly, and those with asthma or heart or lung disease should take precaution. The impacts of air pollution can be minimized by avoiding strenuous activity or any exercise outdoors. Taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, no major incidents or delays to report throughout the Baltimore region. We're taking a live look over Lochraven Boulevard, where you see the vehicles moving along, no problems inside inner loop or outer loop.
From our live center now this morning, more than a third of the U.S. population is under heat and air quality alerts. And of course, this is from the raging wildfires in Canada. This is a really good resource right here. As we look up right here, in the yellow, bright little spots right there, those are the actual wildfires that are burning right now in Canada here. And as a result of the wind, we're now seeing the impacts right here. The purple little spots right there, those are the areas that are seeing the worst air quality alerts here this morning. And then these areas in red, if we zoom in a little closer, you'll see some of these areas here. There's a lot of them going through right there. Maryland, one of them. Those are indicating the unhealthy air quality alerts. We've got orange on there as well, meaning unhealthy for sensitive groups. Yellow is moderate. It's a lot of areas being impacted, guys. More than 122 million Americans spanning 15 states from the Midwest to the East Coast, like you saw on the map there, feeling the impacts from the smoke coming from Canada's raging wildfires, again, triggering these air quality alerts that we saw there. A live look over Washington, D.C., where the air quality already diminished to 163. That is in the unhealthy to breathe range. And then check out this video here. This was captured over Chicago. Pretty stunning, showing the smoke covering the city's skyline there. This morning, Chicago's air still being impacted with air quality over 200. That's the very unhealthy to breathe range there. Live look over Cincinnati. All these areas feeling it, guys. Air quality alerts there set through the end of today. The quality is the worst it has been there in more than 20 years, similar to what we've been seeing. Meantime, the deadly summer heat wave intensifying along the Gulf Coast, putting more than 55 million Americans under heat alerts. Some of the excessive heat warnings include Dallas until 8 tonight and New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Those are lasting and going to be in effect through Friday. A live look over Nashville, one more for you. They are also under the excessive heat warnings through Friday, as well as the majority of Middle Tennessee with the heat index values. They're going to be feeling anywhere from 105 to 115. We're going to keep you up to date on the air quality and the heat alerts right here from our live center all morning long.
Well, this morning we are taking a closer look at violence plaguing a city in crisis. This is Baltimore's recovering from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot, 2 of them killed.
Two of those shootings happened along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. The first happened around 3 p.m. A man shot in a Home Depot parking lot. Then, just before 7, 2 people were shot, one of them dead at a gas station that is inside the Belvedere Safe Street Zone.
Yesterday's violence comes as former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison wrote an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun touting the success of city's crime fight while he was in office. Well, the commissioner pointing to a reduction in murders and shootings compared to this time last year, but some experts say it's too early to celebrate success.
I don't think much progress has been made on the crime fighting front. We're just 6 months into the year, and we're in the year following a record high year. So you are going to see fluctuation. You are going to see pullbacks.
This morning, we are breaking down the numbers behind the crime.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the newsroom with the impacts. Shannon.
Well, former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, Megan and Tom, says violent crimes are down some 16% since he first took office 4 years ago. But a closer look at the numbers show it's just not that straightforward. In fact, we know right now that carjackings and robberies especially are surging in the city. We've seen more than 200 carjackings just so far this year and more than 1,400 robberies. And so that has some questioning just how effective this crime fight really has been.
He can pick and choose and cherry pick kind of what his successes and failures were. People forget that the first half of 2022 was the most violent in Baltimore's history.
We've clearly lost control of the criminal system in Baltimore City. They're going to have to bring back safety, the folks that live downtown, to rebuild the downtown area. Our folks aren't going to go back.
That was U.S. Senate hopeful David Trone there, and the Democratic congressman points out that the number of residents and businesses leaving the city is just showing how bad this crime really is. In fact, just yesterday, Giant Foods told FOX45 News they're considering closing locations in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of theft and violence. Earlier this month, you'll remember there was a shooting at the East Baltimore Giant on Sinclair Lane. So Giant hasn't made that official yet that they are closing, but they say they're heavily weighing that option. And if that does become the case, that would mean yet another business in the city is closing its doors due to crime. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. In former Commissioner Harrison's op-ed, he wrote about the new technology and improved working conditions with new facilities for officers.
One thing Harrison wasn't able to fix, though, is the officer shortage. Acting Commissioner Worley addressing that during a public safety hearing last week.
We're not getting 100 officers anytime soon. I think the next class has only got 20 or 22 in it. So we've got to do with what we have and ask our federal partners. But a lot of the other things that have been done, like the curfew initiative, the squeegee initiatives, the work with the homeless, the padlock initiative.
We are on weather alert today. This is because of the code red air quality alert throughout the state of Maryland.
Let's get another check of your forecast. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Not looking good outside right now, unfortunately. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's what that weather alert is all about. And you can see right here, or not see, out over the inner harbor where the sun is now up. Our temperatures are mainly in the 60s right now, but it is that thick layer of smoke that is hanging around this region right here in Baltimore and up and down the Delmarva Peninsula, the Chesapeake as well. Now, we're actually in the upper 50s in Cockeysville. That's a very pleasant temperature normally to be outside hanging out. 65 your temp in Baltimore City, but upper 50s for you in Columbia as well. Now, your yard and gardening cast looking like this, mid to upper 80s. You will need to get the watering back on again today and tomorrow because we are going to stay dry. We're tracking a few showers as we head closer into our 4th of July weekend. We'll let you know if it's going to impact your actual 4th of July next Tuesday coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, it is the start of a new chapter as the U.S. Naval Academy welcomes the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day, I should say, is just the start of a life of service.
Olivia Dance joining us live now at the Naval Academy with a look at how this process is unfolding here. Olivia, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, Megan and Tom, Induction Day is already well underway. We're actually outside of Alumni Hall here, and they've already begun processing the incoming class of 2027. So I want to go ahead and bring in Ensign Annabelle Powers. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so you just recently graduated this year from the Naval Academy. Now you're here helping the incoming class. You were here 4 years ago. So what is it like being here today helping them?
It's definitely surreal to be back here. 4 years ago, coming in, having the same nerves and the excitement of the unknown, coming into Induction Day, starting Plebe Summer, starting your summer year time at the Naval Academy. Most of my classmates are here helping out today, which is super fun to see everyone, seeing what we've done the past 4 years together, what we've learned, what we've gone through at the Naval Academy, and just super excited to be back here.
Yeah, well, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And there's quite a lot of people behind us here. We actually have a bus pulling up now. So what is happening behind us? What part of the process is this?
Yes, so the incoming plebes and their families are checking in. They've started the wave times at 6:15 this morning, going up to 9:45. So they're coming in, getting checked in, and are about to enter Alumni Hall to start Induction Day.
Okay, so what does Induction Day consist of? Because we did a quick tour, and there's a lot of different stations. I know this is a long day for them.
Yes, so they're going in and they're handing in some paperwork, going through a medical screener, and then they will be issued all of their uniforms for the summer. So trying on shoes and boots and pants and shirts and getting their covers of their hats they'll have for the summer. And then they will go and get their haircuts, which is super exciting, very important part of Plebe Summer, and head off into Bancroft Hall where they'll begin Plebe Summer.
Perfect. And then Plebe Summer is about 6 weeks, you said?
6 weeks, yes.
6 weeks, and then they'll be midshipmen.
Yes. So when the academic year starts, they'll join the Brigade of Midshipmen and start the academic year.
Very exciting. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And I know that the oath of office ceremony is at 6 tonight, but again, right now they're just starting this process. So very exciting. And we're outside of Alumni Hall, but coming up in just a little bit, we're actually going to go inside and take a look at some of the things that Annabelle just told us about. But I'll send it back to you guys.
Such an emotional day for the families, for them, a lot of feelings.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Olivia. Get ready to make a splash. Think of some emotions here this summer, and you can go somewhere that's fun for the entire family.
So we sent Mark Clark live to Perryville this morning for the Great Wolf Lodge's grand opening. Mark, and we hear you've had quite a night. You've been there since yesterday.
I've had Wiley has rolled out the red carpet. It's the grand opening of the Great Wolf Lodge in Perryville. Oh, we have an exciting morning planned, including I will go down the slide. I'm going to do something, right, Wiley? That's right. So we're here, and so tune in all morning. We're going to have a lot of fun and talk to some important people, and, of course, the kids and you.
One night there, Mark, and you've turned into a wolf. You're growing a little something on your head there.
Ow!
It's going to be a fun morning.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mark. Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Project Baltimore continues to push for answers after state test scores were removed from public view and then reposted with redactions. The education official claiming our demands for transparency is harassment.
Making sure criminals are monitored during their probation period still ahead. The longstanding issues with Maryland's home monitoring system and how it's impacting public safety. Time now, 7:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Our weather alert day coverage continues due to that code red air quality alert happening all across the state of Maryland. We are taking you live to the Inner Harbor and Towson this morning, and my goodness, you can see it, you can smell it. Some folks say you can taste it. Just about 3 minutes. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how long those hazy skies and smoky air is going to be sticking around. He's got that full Weather Authority forecast.
For years, critics have argued the home monitoring systems in Baltimore and portions of our state are antiquated and not efficient and allow convicts to still commit crimes while they're wearing their ankle monitors. Well, joining us now, spokesperson for the People for Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, Yuripsi Morgan. Yuripsi, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Anne Arundel County, a major bust, the biggest cocaine drug bust just recently ever announced in that county. And then there was 8 people that were brought in, suspects. 2 of them sent on home monitoring. This is kind of triggering a little bit of the safety and going back to why criminals can commit crimes while they still have ankle monitors on.
Yes, and you know, it's interesting. There was also a big drug bust in Baltimore City as well, and it kind of shows the differences, it highlights the differences in the home monitoring system across the state of Maryland. So one of the, I think, the big factors when it comes to home monitoring is that you've really got 3 issues that you're dealing with. Who is doing the monitoring, and are they monitoring? Are they reporting violations in a timely manner? And then what are the judges, what is the bench doing about it? When you look at Baltimore City, unfortunately, it is one of the jurisdictions that is not on MDEC, which is the electronic court system. It allows attorneys and it allows the judicial system to work very quickly. Anne Arundel County has been on that system for years. Baltimore City is still not on that system, which makes it more difficult to timely look at these issues.
That was brought up years ago in 2018. We had Baltimore County police officer Amy Caprio, who was run over by a 16-year-old who was wearing an ankle monitor. She was killed in that exchange. We started diagnosing what was going on with the monitoring system, and a lot of people were saying in Baltimore City, saying there's not enough people to actually look at not only when they are triggering and leaving their places, but then to pursue that, follow that, and follow up with it.
Right, and you know, as I was saying, it is a bit of a complicated system, right, the home monitoring system, because you do have a mix of private and public organizations that are doing it. Anne Arundel County has a public option, Baltimore City does not, which actually tends to be very bad for indigent defendants. However, you've got pretty simple things that you can do. For example, MDEC, again, the electronic court system, has been out for years. This is not something new, and yet Baltimore City is still not a part of this.
Is it the cost to set it up? Is that why Baltimore City is lagging and not doing that?
No, I don't believe so. We just saw the budget from the mayor. We know that there's a lot of money that's being spent. We know that the mayor received $641 million in extra COVID funds that he could have used for whatever, and these types of things that are very basic that the rest of the state is doing, that Baltimore City should be on, and that would help expedite these processes, right? There's no reason that Baltimore City shouldn't be on MDEC.
Mayor Scott's been very critical of this. He even said that he was going to implement, especially just recently, he's talking about the monitoring system in Baltimore City, how it's lagging and it's not really doing, it's not effective, I think is the words that he used.
Well, I think when you're using, or you're coupling with the home monitoring system with antiquated monitoring of the court system in general, then yes, you're going to have serious problems. And that's why the organization that I work for is so heavily focused on accountability. Where is the money going? Why is not being used to plug these big holes that have solutions, like getting on an electronic court system that would allow filings, to be done much more quickly. If you look at other counties like Anne Arundel County, they can be done in a matter of hours. And yet in Baltimore City, it can take weeks.
All right. And trying to keep the public safe is the big issue here. Yuripsi Morgan with Peace. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. We are weather alert this morning. You see the red right there. We're going to get right over to meteorologist. Yes, stepping into the shot right there, Justin Chambers. He's looking at while it looks yellow here with temperatures, it's the red and the air quality that's the bad part.
That's exactly right, Tom. And the reason why I bring up the temperatures is because look how nice these numbers are. And this is a summertime morning, and some of us are in the upper 50s for Eldersburg, Ellicott City at 58, 63 in Brooklyn Park, 65 in Baltimore City, also 65 for our friends in Dundalk getting ready for the big Heritage Fair this weekend. But then you look at this picture and you see the Towson camera showing all of that smoke. So it's not a good morning to be outside or even hanging out on the porch trying to enjoy your coffee. You got to try to stay inside today. That's why we're weather alert, the unhealthy air quality. Now, it's interesting because remember in Baltimore City, when you hear code red, a lot of times that means for the heat where you have to deal with the extreme hot temperatures. That's not going to be the case today. This is for the code red air quality that is in effect. The smoke from those wildfires settling into our region and the entire state and the D.C. metro area under that code red air quality alert. So None of us are escaping this, unfortunately, today. When you see the AQI, this is the air quality index, typically we hang out in the good to moderate range. Yesterday, we were in the orange category, unhealthy for sensitive groups. Now today, the sensitive groups and pretty much all of us are going to deal with that unhealthy air quality. So it's something you want to try to put into account in terms of your outdoor planning or your planning just for what you're doing today. We've got a lot of areas in the country in the purple and even maroon with the very unhealthy or hazardous air quality. So we'll take what we can get, but obviously that code red air quality alert day for today is only the second one we've seen this month. But basically, it's been 17 years before we had one before earlier in June. Here's our future smoke model. Unfortunately, this doesn't look much better. We're going to have the smoke with us most of the day today. Very stagnant air, not a lot of wind in the upper levels to blow this out of here. Tomorrow, we're going to wake up with similar situations. We are going to see potentially a code orange day for tomorrow. And then as we get into tomorrow evening and Saturday, we do see some improvement in that air quality. Upper 60s and lower 70s for the next couple of hours as you rise and shine and enjoy breakfast with us today. And high temperatures today in the low to mid and upper 80s. So it's not that extreme heat that folks are dealing with in parts of Texas and the deep south. Meanwhile, Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those mid to upper 80s, which is close to average for this time of year. Numbers will be a little bit warmer tomorrow. We'll sneak right to about 90 for our high. We are tracking some showers and storms late on Friday. We're talking after about 6, 7 p.m. And then as we head into Saturday and Sunday, a few off and on showers and storms for your 4th of July weekend. But right now, early next week, we are looking at drier conditions, especially for the 4th on Tuesday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Stay safe. On the water this 4th of July weekend, how one famous rodent is reminding boaters to wear their life jackets.
And so excited this morning. We're at Great Wolf Lodge. Wiley's excited. Everyone's excited. We've got a full day planned, and we'll tap into all the exciting activities going on at this great new location. I'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Get ready to make a splash this summer because the Great Wolf Lodge, Maryland is officially open.
Mark Clark live from Perryville this morning giving us a first look, and he has not been alone hanging out with the wolf pack there, Mark.
That's right. I have the general manager, Nadine Miracle. What a great name. I mean, it's almost like, look, she's got the dimples, the name, the excitement, the ears. So, Nadine, this is it. Grand opening day.
It is.
A big day. Today. Talk to us about it.
Sure. Well, we are so excited to be opening up our lodge officially today. Great Wolf Lodge in Maryland is going to be a hit with families across the Mid-Atlantic region. We have so much great things to offer. For those that are not familiar with Great Wolf Lodge, we are a wonderful resort family destination. We have a lot of amenities and activities for families to come together and spend a wonderful time together. One of our greatest features is our water park.
Yes.
Yes. And here at Great Wolf Lodge, this being our 20th lodge, it is also our largest lodge and largest water park, which means so much fun for the whole family. We will also be featuring 2 brand new water slides at this water park called our High Paw Holler as well as our Forest Flume. So a lot of excitement, but we don't just start there at Great Wolf Lodge. We also have a family adventure park. So here at Great Wolf Lodge, families can come together, they can bowl, they can do mini golf. Our adventure park is host to Magi Quest, which is a mystical adventure game, which is so much fun for the whole family. All you need is a wand and a little bit of imagination, and you're right there on your adventure. So excited about this lodge and everything new that we're bringing to the Great Wolf family.
I love it.
It's so great.
Well, Nadine, you know, and it's so exciting, guys, because already they're at capacity. You guys are at capacity before you even started.
Oh,
and
it's
so,
yes.
So that tells you how hot and how people are so waiting for it. So, guys, it's going to be a great time. And again, I'm going to get on the slide this morning.
Okay.
We can't wait for that.
Neither can we.
No.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. But to see Mark go down the slide, you got to watch that in person.
And Great Wolf Lodge indoors, the perfect time for today, especially with all the smoke in the air. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. After the break, our Weather Alert Day coverage continues. Meteorologist Justin Chambers giving us a first look at the code red air quality forecast.
Plus, accused of harassment just for asking questions related to your tax dollars. Still ahead on Project Baltimore, the latest push for transparency met with backlash from state education officials. Time now, 7:28. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Here we go. We are on weather alert this morning. I think you can see why. Code red air quality alerts throughout the state of Maryland. Taking a live look now, this is the Inner Harbor and Towson, both showing those hazy, smoky skies as the Canadian wildfire smoke passes through our region once again. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, June 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Day inside because of what is written right there. In fact, we want to find out exactly how warm it's going to get. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the temperatures, but really it's all about the air quality.
Absolutely, guys. And yeah, our numbers are not going to be too bad today, mid to upper 80s as we head toward the afternoon. So we don't have that extreme heat, but we have that really bad air quality, which is what we are seeing right now, or not seeing for that matter, looking out over the Inner Harbor as that smoke has settled into the region. So this is going to be an indoor day for sure. The smoke from the wildfires hanging around and making our unhealthy air quality for the second time this month. Now, if you're out for a run or a jog, again, I strongly suggest you do that inside today, as you probably want to try to limit your time outdoors with the air quality in the situation that it's in. Upper 80s for our highs today. We're actually going to get to about 90 tomorrow. We do have a better chance of a couple of pop-up showers and a few thunderstorms late tomorrow afternoon, evening time, and isolated storms into Saturday as well. So some of that rain and also the changing weather pattern should improve the air quality and get some of the smoke to move out of here by the time we get to the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up in a few.
More unanswered questions concerning an ongoing Fox 45 investigation into how the state is reporting student test results. Test results taxpayers pay billions of dollars for.
But over the past few months, as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, many of those results have been hidden from the public, which the state seems to be ignoring.
The state actually has a state assessment window.
Clarence Crawford is the president of the Maryland State Board of Education. When Project Baltimore tried to speak with him during a break at Tuesday's board meeting, he said he didn't have the energy.
Can we speak with you after executive session?
I'm exhausted.
So we tried to ask our questions to Zachary Hands, the executive director of the state board, but he said he couldn't speak with us.
We just have a couple questions about the presentation on data suppression.
I can't speak for the MSD side. On the state board side, if there's something later this week that would work for you, let me know what your availability is and I can get back to you.
I can make myself available at any time.
Our third stop, Dr. Sylvia Lawson, the state's second highest ranking public school official, but apparently our questions threatened her.
Man, that's all I want to know.
What point are you going to stop harassing me?
I'm not harassing you.
Of course you are. I would appreciate that.
You're the deputy state superintendent. I'm simply asking you about how taxpayer dollars are being spent.
These government leaders are part of a team that oversees how billions of your tax dollars are spent to educate nearly 1 million Maryland public school students. And they refuse to answer just a few questions about this presentation that happened earlier that day.
There is always a challenge when reporting data.
This is Chandra Hazlett, an assistant state superintendent for the Maryland State Department of Education. Tuesday, she gave a public presentation about redacted student data, which followed a series of Project Baltimore investigations that got a lot of attention.
We've got to do better when it comes to being able to present accountable, transparent results.
That's the definition of a cover-up.
Somebody doesn't want you to see that data.
In April, Project Baltimore broke the news that MSDE removed, redacted, and then reposted student test results to its website, replacing much of the data we used to see with asterisks. When the results were further redacted, but only for the lowest performing schools, apparently few people were told about it. There was no public debate or input. Governor Wes Moore and President Crawford said they didn't know about it. Just all of a sudden, less school performance data was available to the public. This is important because the data concerning public schools, how students are doing, can be an important factor when people buy homes or decide what school to send their children to. When Project Baltimore first reported that the state had changed how it reports the data, there was a significant backlash from parents, lawmakers, and special interest groups. So Tuesday, during the board meeting, MSDE gave a presentation on how it suppresses data, but it was missing one very important element.
We are entrusted with their data.
During Hazlett's presentation, she never mentioned how or why the state further redacted the data just a few months ago. In April, the state called the removal of the data enhanced de-identification to protect the privacy of individual student records. This change in how the results are reported to the public, we were told, was federally mandated. But at this public presentation, there was no mention of the additional changes. It's like the past 2 months never happened.
Are you going to be using enhanced de-identification in August when the new data comes out? Because it wasn't mentioned today in the board meeting.
Late Tuesday afternoon, after the board meeting, we sent an email to these government officials asking the questions we tried to ask in person.
You don't think the public deserves to know any of these answers?
Wednesday evening, we received this reply. MSDE does not say that it's continuing enhanced de-identification, but the state does say the data disclosure avoidance methods used in 2022 will continue through 2023. In other words, moving forward, if a Maryland public school performs well, parents and taxpayers can see the results. If a school performs too poorly, the results may be redacted. But for some reason, the state did not explain that to the public on Tuesday when it had the chance.
And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Chaudhry, the board, for any questions.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Chris, thank you. Are you a parent that is concerned about your child's education? Do you have a story you want Project Baltimore to investigate? We want to hear from you. You can call the tip line on your screen, or you can send us an email.
We should fear for our safety. Everybody should. Nobody want to get killed.
Snapshot of the city's crime crisis halfway into 2023. The perception and reality as a major chain threatens to leave the city due to crime.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we continue our Weather Alert Day coverage. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know how long we expect poor air quality in our region in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40 and happening today, it's the start of a new chapter as the U.S. Naval Academy welcomes new members to the class of 2027.
Induction Day is just the start of a life of service.
Olivia Danch joining us live now at the Naval Academy with a look at how the process unfolds today. Olivia?
Hey, good morning, Megan and Tom. Induction Day is well underway right now. So this is Alumni Hall behind me. It looks like the band is actually going to start playing here soon. But we have the incoming class of 2027. They've already begun the process of checking in. So I want to go ahead and bring in Ensign Annabelle Powers. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so you just graduated from the Naval Academy this year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So this you went through this process 4 years ago exactly. Now you're here helping the incoming plebes. So can you tell me just about, I'm assuming this is pretty reminiscent for you, right?
Absolutely, yes. It's pretty surreal to be back here. 4 years ago, I was getting in line, shirt tucked in, hair chopped to my chin. So coming back here, and most of my classmates are helping out today, which is super exciting to see all of them. But same nerves, same excitement, but seeing what they're about to go through and what I've learned the last 4 years, it's definitely worth it. The leadership, the friends you make are just, it's incredible. So I'm super excited, very proud of all of them, and excited for their summer to start.
Yeah, I know. We've been speaking with some of the incoming class actually just before we went live here, and you know they're obviously excited. But this is emotional too, especially for the parents. We see the tissues out over there, so very exciting but emotional. And I want to thank you so much for speaking with us. They have a very busy day ahead, and the oath of office ceremony is at 6 tonight. But we're going to be here for the rest of the morning, giving you guys a closer look at how this process unfolds. But I'll send it back to you guys.
Such an amazing moment for the families there. A lot of nerves. Olivia, we'll be watching. Thank you. We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we continue our Weather Alert Day coverage. Look at that. How long we can expect poor air quality in our region. Plus, how things are shaping up for the 4th of July.
Senate Bill 1 takes effect October 1st. Why critics say lawmakers targeting the wrong group with their legislation. 7:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
We are just about 4 months away now from Senate Bill 1 going into effect. Starting October 1st, Marylanders with wear and carry permits will be prohibited from having their guns with them in certain places, like polling places, schools, bars, and certain health care facilities. This morning, Galen Muhammad, the Maryland, D.C. director of the National African American Gun Association, is joining us live to weigh in. Good morning, Galen. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
You know, ahead of this bill's passage, we saw Second Amendment advocates outside the State House calling for more to be done about crime rather than restricting guns. Where does your organization stand on this?
Well, I can clear that up quickly. I was actually one of those that were outside the State House. I actually spoke to those who were gathered, and we are vehemently opposed to it.
What are your concerns?
Well, number one, they're introducing the bill as if they're introducing these new places. Some of them we already know are restricted. They're already current law: schools, mental hospitals, libraries. So these are already in state law. But to not allow a person to go to a restaurant just because it has a liquor license is ridiculous. We actually teach our students to, if you're going to drink, don't carry. If you're going to carry, don't drink. So that's already not even a concern for the law-abiding citizen that's carrying.
We've heard the governor come out and call all of the gun control bills that were passed in the legislature common sense policies. Your reaction?
No, they're not. If they were common sense policies, you have House Bill 655 that would have given the concerned concerned citizen who has firearms a $250 tax credit for purchasing a safe. That's up to $250. They killed that in committee. There was also House Bill 1250, which would have made the theft of all guns a felony. But right now, anything up to $1,500 is only a misdemeanor. That failed also in committee. And being that, unfortunately, not only is the House and the Senate supermajority Democrats, it's also all the committees in the House and Senate supermajority Democrats. So they killed both of those bills.
So, Galen, looking ahead here, your organization, your thoughts on this, you're not alone in being a little upset with Senate Bill 1. It's going into effect October 1st. What now? What's your next move?
Well, we're supporting the two current 2A groups in our state here. That's Maryland Shall Issue and 2A Maryland. We're supporting them in their lawsuits. Of course, the NRA has a lawsuit, and Maryland Shall Issue also has its own separate lawsuit to fight this because, again, this is not punishing those who are criminals. This punishes law-abiding citizens for following the law.
Very interesting. Well, Galen, we appreciate your thoughts, your take on this, and we'll be checking back in and see where we stand in a few months.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. 7:48 here. We want to get back to our weather alert day coverage. And my goodness, look at this. I feel like this has gotten worse as the mornings continued.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it is worse here today than it was yesterday. And I looked on, there's a website called IQAir.com. And actually, Washington, D.C., just south of us, yesterday had the second worst air quality in the world. Chicago was number 1. D.C. was number 2. We were in the unhealthy category for sensitive groups yesterday, and today expected to be worse, not only here, but down the road in D.C. and throughout the Delmarva Peninsula and the Chesapeake Bay region. So, unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with right now. Our temperatures are not too bad. We're at 65 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No real wind to speak of, and we'd love to get some upper-level wind to help kind of blow this smoke out of here. It's going to take a couple of days before that happens. You know, region-wide, our numbers are looking pretty good. 56 in Cumberland. That's a nice, cool morning, and mid-60s in Baltimore down through Salisbury. So normally we could enjoy some coffee on the porch, but today you want to do some stuff inside. Just get those indoor things done, maybe, that you were holding off for until next week. Just get them done today. That way, for the weekend, we can get back outside. Because you want to limit your time outdoors on our weather alert day today. Here's that AQI that we talk about, the air quality index. So remember yesterday for sensitive groups, we were talking about that code orange day, now in the red, which basically means all of us, especially the sensitive groups, you really got to take extra precautions today. And then all the rest of us who are not in those groups, basically try to stay indoors while you can. At least we're not dealing with very unhealthy or hazardous situations, and that's where folks in parts of the Midwest are dealing with throughout the day today. But all of us here in the Old Line State under that code red air quality alert, and that is why we're weather alert for you today. On our future smoke model here, showing us what's going on with that smoke. It's going to stay with us through the day today, even into tonight and early tomorrow, still dealing with the smoky conditions. But by late tomorrow afternoon, we'll see a little bit of an improvement. You can't really see it from this vantage point here, but eventually we'll start to see a few showers move in, and that weather's going to shift in terms of bringing more of the southerly wind to help kind of blow some of that smoke out of here. Upper 80s over the next couple of hours as we take you into the afternoon. Those numbers are pretty near average for this time of year. Go ahead and get the sprinklers rolling this morning and into the evening tonight as well, because we have dry conditions. We're not talking about rain for today, not really until we get into late tomorrow afternoon. Low to mid 80s across the eastern shore, up and down the Chesapeake for Bel Air and Westminster over to Cockeysville, 88 in Baltimore City, 82 in Annapolis, upper 80s in D.C. today with 85 in Philly, and love to say it's nicer down the ocean, but they got smoke there too, 75 in Ocean City for this afternoon. Here's that ridge of high pressure keeping us dry. Tomorrow, however, will change things up a bit, and that will help to improve the air quality. We'll get a few showers late tomorrow evening into early Saturday morning, and then a couple of isolated thunderstorms possible both Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon as well. So a little unsettled for your 4th of July weekend. We are talking about drier conditions, though, as we head to the 4th, coming up early next week.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says violent crime is down since he took office, but we look at the numbers. Just ahead, what the data is showing us about the concerning amount of carjackings and robberies we're seeing across the city.
Have fun, stay safe this summer. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, the best helmets for all activities for your kids when they're participating in all different types of activities.
And one thing that might be good for your brain right about now at 7:52 in the morning.
Yes, caffeine. Come on, it's time for a coffee break.
We are on weather alert here today, and this is why. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor and Towson. You can see the smoky haze out there all across our region, all across the state here this morning. Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, meteorologist Justin Chambers will have a first look at the forecast, plus how long we can expect the poor air quality to last here in our region.
Trending now, Twiggy, the famous water skiing squirrel, visiting Rochester, Minnesota here. That's right, it's real. And took her skis out for a spin.
When she, I don't know why it makes me laugh. When she's on the water, Twiggy rocks a life jacket for safety, of course. The squirrel is now the spokes animal for the National Safe Boating Council's Wear It campaign. How did they get that little jacket on it?
If you head out on the water this 4th of July weekend, be like Twiggy and remember to wear your life jacket.
That's good advice. Well, before we get to the 4th of July, we have to deal with some poor air quality in our region. Once again, taking a live look, our Weather Alert Day coverage continues after the break.
Right now, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a closer look at the process.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are in weather alert mode right now. This is due to the Canadian wildfire smoke. It is a code red air quality alert. And this is the second time this month that we have been experiencing this. Taking you live to Baltimore's Inner Harbor. You can barely make it out, but obviously seeing that haze and that smoke already out there here this morning.
Well, thanks for joining us. It is 8 o'clock on this Thursday, June 29th. I'm Tom Rogers. Patrice Sanders is off today.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here taking a look at it. You can actually see it behind you now.
Yeah, and
too.
You know the crab cast that we typically do, Carlos the crab, he's not even coming out today.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's just like, you know what, everybody just stay inside. We'll hang out and look at what's going on. This is from our Towson cam. You can actually see this is right around 695, and that smoke that we've been looking at basically all morning long. You felt it. You probably couldn't even smell it or feel it even inside your house. So it's going to be a day where you want to limit that time outdoors as the smoke from the wildfires the smoke is going to be here throughout most of the day today. And that's why we have that code red air quality alert, the entire Old Line State under that alert throughout the day today. Temperatures not bad, low to mid and upper 70s over the next couple of hours. Other than that, we're going to see those temperatures rise to the mid to upper 80s, taking you to the afternoon. Right about 88 is typically where we are this time of year. Now, we'll get a little bit warmer as we head toward tomorrow with numbers right near that 90-degree mark for your Friday. We'll have a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center now this morning, more than a third of the U.S. population under heat and air quality alerts. And guys, this is raging from the wildfires in Canada, as we've been mentioning. This is a really cool resource right here. I'm going to actually zoom it out a little bit and scroll up because you see those yellow bright spots right there. That is actually the wildfires, each one of those marking a wildfire that's burning right now in Canada. And as a result then of the wind pouring down this area right here, really feeling and seeing the brunt of that smoke here. The purple indicating the worst air quality alerts right now. And as we zoom into the red right here, you're going to see Maryland, one of those areas. That is an area seeing unhealthy air quality. Orange means unhealthy for sensitive groups. Yellow is for moderate. It's a big area right here, guys. We're looking at more than 122 million Americans spanning 15 states from the Midwest to the East Coast, feeling the impacts from the smoke coming from those wildfires in Canada, again triggering the air quality alerts that we saw on the map there. Taking you live to Washington, D.C. right now, the air quality already diminished to 163. That's in the unhealthy to breathe range. And check out this video. This was captured over Chicago. It shows the smoke covering the city's skyline. This morning, Chicago's air is still being impacted with air quality over 200. That is the very unhealthy to breathe range. Now to a live look over Cincinnati, where air quality alerts are set through the end of today. The quality is the worst it has been there in more than 20 years. Meantime, the deadly summer heat wave intensifying along the Gulf Coast, putting more than 55 million Americans under heat alerts. Some of the excessive heat warnings include Dallas until 8 o'clock tonight. Also, New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, those are going to be in effect until Friday. You can see those listed right there on your screen. A live look now over Nashville, also under excessive heat warnings through Friday, as well as the majority of Middle Tennessee with heat index values, get this, between 105 and 115. That's hot. We're going to keep you up to date on all of the air quality alerts, the heat alerts right here from our live center all morning long.
Turning now to a city in crisis where this morning we are taking a closer look at the violence plaguing a city in crisis. This is Baltimore's recovering from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot, 2 of them dead. 2 of those shootings happening right along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. Then just before 7, 2 people were shot, 1 killed at a gas station inside Belvedere's Safe Street Zone. Yesterday's violence comes as former police commissioner Michael Harrison wrote recently an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun touting the success of the city's crime fight while he was in office.
This morning, we are breaking down the numbers behind the crime. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the newsroom this morning with its impacts. Shannon.
Well, former police commissioner Michael Harrison, Megan and Tom, says that violent crime is down some 16% since he took office 4 years ago. But a closer look at the data shows it's not that straightforward. In fact, we know that crimes like carjackings and robberies are surging across the city, with more than 200 carjackings just so far this year and more than 1,400 robberies in the city. And so that has some questioning just how effective this crime fight really has been.
He can pick and choose and cherry pick kind of what his successes and failures were. People forget that the first half of 2022 was the most violent in Baltimore's history.
We've clearly lost control of the criminal system in Baltimore City. They're going to have to bring back safety to folks that live downtown to rebuild the downtown area, or folks aren't going to go back.
Now, that was U.S. Senate hopeful David Trone there. The Democratic congressman pointing to the number of residents and businesses that are leaving the city. In fact, just yesterday, Giant Foods told Fox 45 News they're considering closing locations in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of theft and violence. Earlier this month, you'll remember there was a shooting at this East Baltimore Giant on Sinclair Lane. So Giant hasn't officially made that decision yet to close here in Baltimore and D.C., but they say it's something that they are heavily weighing. And if that does become the case, that just means yet another business is closing its doors in the city due to crime. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Happening today, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day is just the start of a life of service.
Olivia Dan's joining us live now at the Naval Academy with a look at how the process is unfolding as the families start arriving. Olivia.
Good morning, Megan and Tom. Yeah, Induction Day is well underway now, and we're actually outside of Alumni Hall here. But we've been speaking with the incoming class and parents, and this is obviously an exciting day, but it's also emotional. So I want to go ahead and bring in Captain Gonzalez. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Pleasure is mine.
Okay, so you are the officer that is in charge of Plebe Summer. So we'll talk a little bit about that in a second, but, you know, we're watching this process unfold. We're watching the incoming class check in. After they check in, what happens once they enter Alumni Hall?
Right, so this is a transformative day for them. We have a very diverse student body coming into the class. So step one is greeting them in. So it's that administrative in processing, making them an official member of the United States military and Department of Defense. That's going to constitute the majority, the 25% of the outset. The second part of that is going to be the medical checks, make sure that everyone's physically fit and ready to commence training on day one. The back end of that is going to be custom ceremony, uniform issue, and then the barbershop, where we're going to get you into standards in your military regalia so we can get you out there on the parade field and start that beginning training, the indoctrination into the military lifestyle.
Absolutely. So a very busy day, and we're going to check out some of those stations after this coming up in just a little bit. But can you tell us a little bit about Plebe Summer and, you know, how long it is, what that process is like?
Absolutely. It's a 6-week rigorous, intense period where we are aiming to transform individuals coming in here into a cohesive unit on the outset of that. At the end of Plebe Summer, come the end of August, we're looking at having a basically trained midshipman, someone that is ready mentally, morally, and physically to enter the brigade and go through their 47 months of training before becoming a commissioned officer in the United States Navy or Marine Corps. Plebe Summer itself is going to focus on those things. So they're going to be various elements. Some are going to be physically demanding, from physical education programs to the obstacle, endurance, and confidence courses. We're also going to train on basic weapon systems. We're going to go to the rifle range and pistol range. We also have honor and character development speakers that come in. So it's a comprehensive thing to make sure that at the end of the day, each individual is ready to assume those duties.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. It's obviously fascinating, very interesting, and of course, extremely impressive as well. So I thank you so much for speaking with us, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. We're just about a month away until the launch of the mayor's youth curfew. In our next half hour, why everyone is not convinced that this plan will work.
And 4th of July travel is in full swing. One airline that is all hands on deck.
Continue to be in our weather alert day today for all of this smoke that is going to stay with us through most of the day on Thursday. We'll talk about when we'll see some improving conditions and what we can expect in terms of showers and thunderstorms as well coming up.
Taking a look now at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and there's one tube closed because of an incident inside that. You see the middle there, right through that haze. It's causing some backups if you're traveling southbound 95.
8:12 is your time. Weather Alert Day is because we are tracking this unhealthy air quality. It's not gotten much better out there, guys. This is what it looks like from our downtown Baltimore camera with the sun that is up. Our temps are not bad. In fact, statewide, look at those 50s in Oakland and Cumberland this morning, 61 Hagerstown. Even some areas around here had some 50s a little while ago, but mid to upper 60s is what we're seeing for Westminster and Bel Air, and 68 in Baltimore City. Really think it's a good idea to do any sort of exercise inside today, because just being outside, even to walk the dog, is not going to be good. Have them get outside, do their business, but hold off on the dog walks until tomorrow, when we are expecting to have some improving air quality. We'll talk about that coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Project Baltimore continues to push for answers after state test scores were removed from public view and then reposted with redactions. The education official claiming our demands for transparency is harassment. But first, the countdown is on for the ruling to drop on the legality of President Biden's student loan plan today. After the break, the economic impacts this could have on the U.S. economy. 8:13 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Later this morning, the Supreme Court is expected to rule on the legality of President Biden's plan to forgive up to $20,000 in student loan debt. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live with the economic impacts that this could have either way. David, it's great news for borrowers, but what is the taxpayer cost of forgiving these loans?
Good morning, Megan. And this is a significant ruling for a lot of reasons. First of all, it's to determine whether the president overreached with his executive powers to forgive $10,000 up to $20,000 in loans, but it's going to have a huge impact on taxpayers. They're expecting that this is going to cost between $400 to $600 billion for taxpayers, and that's on top of the $200 billion with the pause that we've had for the past 3 years. And there's a reason why this is happening, Megan, is that if you're an individual making $125,000, you can get this $10,000 or to $10,000. if you're a couple of $250,000, you will also get this. So again, this is way too high of an income level to be getting this sort of forgiveness, and that's why it's going to cost so much for taxpayers.
Taxpayers certainly going to feel it. What does it do to the economy?
Well, this is really fascinating is during this pause, this repayment pause over the last 3 years, they've done studies and they've shown that people that have gotten this pause are taking on more debt, is that they're looking at this as free money and they're taking on more debt. And that's potentially what could happen. And a lot of economists are saying that inflation is going to increase because you're putting more money into the economy and tuition is going to go up. We've seen this in the past when student loans are more accessible to people. Colleges and universities raise the tuition because they know they can get more money out of the government. And my concern is that this is going to establish a really bad precedent, whether a Republican or Democrat president. This could be the future of bailouts and really more executive overreach.
That's what I was going to ask you as well, because there's a lot of people who were struggling and still paid off those loans, made sure that they were getting those bills paid. Then do you say you're going to go back and help bail them out as well after, they actually didn't go into debt?
Yeah, that's right. And what a lot of people don't realize is that 50%, half of student loans are for graduate degrees. Now, these are people that are going to be making a good living now when they get their graduate degrees. We're talking about doctors, lawyers that are receiving these student loans. So again, it really begs the question, why are we doing this? And if you really want to help lower and middle income people, a student loan bailout isn't the answer. This is not going to help lower and middle income people.
We're going to see what happens here today. Again, that ruling expected to drop at some point today. David, thank you.
10 a.m. Yeah.
Taking you live to Ocean City and the Inner Harbor now this morning as we are on weather alert mode for a code red air quality alert. This is because of the smoke from the Canadian wildfires just blanketing the state and much of the East Coast, Midwest. Before this summer, the last time we saw something like this was 17 years ago. This is the second time this month. Baltimore really seeing the brunt of it in that picture there. Ocean City not looking as bad. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with when this is going to move on out of here.
Yeah, and head down the ocean right now. You actually can see the sun a little bit, but it's going to deteriorate as we head later into the day. We're getting the smoke here. It's going to continue to track over most of the mid-Atlantic region, the entire Delmarva Peninsula. So our Towson camera right now doesn't look any better as our Mile 1 Auto Group camera is showing us all of that smoke that is hanging around. Our temperatures, for the most part, have not been too bad. So at least we're not blazingly hot. Even later today, we're going to be warmer, but not that extreme heat that folks are dealing with in parts of the country. Upper 60s right now in Towson, not much in the way of wind, and that is also not a good thing. We need more of that wind to kind of move that smoke out of here. The unhealthy air quality, the smoke from the fires, that's why we're in weather alert day. And it's one of those days where you want to do things indoors. The code red air quality alert for the entire Old Line State and the D.C. metro region through this afternoon and into the evening time tonight. Those numbers are going to get above 150 in the air quality index. And you look at that right here, usually we're in the good to moderate range. Yesterday, we were talking about the code orange for sensitive groups. Today, it's sensitive groups and all of the rest of us that are not necessarily prone to some of the asthma or issues that you have with breathing. All of us are going to have a problem breathing today, but we're not in the purple or the maroon or whatever that dark color is for hazardous, because folks in the Midwest are seeing some of the really bad air quality there. Now, we're going to keep the smoke around. This is our future smoke graphic, and notice that most of the afternoon into the evening tonight, that smoke stays with us even into your Friday. For the first part of the day, that smoke is going to be hanging around. We're expecting a code orange day tomorrow, but by late tomorrow afternoon into the evening, we're going to shift up our weather pattern and actually have a better chance of getting some of that smoke out of here. So we're talking low to mid and upper 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your afternoon highs today. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those mid to upper 80s, mid 70s down the ocean for today. But the heat and humidity is building. Look at that. Oklahoma City, Dallas, Memphis, triple digit air temperature. You factor in that humidity and you've got heat index values in the 105 to 110 range. And that includes western Tennessee, the entire state of Alabama, parts of Mississippi and Arkansas, Louisiana, even parts of East Texas down through parts of the Texas and Florida panhandle. We're seeing that there, the excessive heat warning. So that's not fun to be outdoors there. So that ridge of high pressure is here for us today. Tomorrow we'll get more of that southerly flow. So the winds are going to turn to be more from the south. That's going to help to push some of that out of here. And also we get some showers and even a couple of pop-up thunderstorms late tomorrow night, early Saturday morning, some leftover rain. Then that pattern will give us more of a summer-like pattern with afternoon pop-up thunderstorms possible on Saturday, Sunday, and now even into Monday as well. So just be aware of that. We have that unsettled weather pattern, but the air quality should improve for this upcoming weekend. And hopefully, Meg, by the time we get to next Tuesday, we'll be looking good for that 4th.
That would be nice. So, Justin, I know you made mention of this. We just want to go over this one more time of who should stay inside today during a code red air quality alert besides sensitive groups. Well, under this kind of an alert, everybody should remain inside, but sensitive groups such as children, the elderly, and those with asthma and heart or lung disease should take extra precaution. The impacts of air pollution can be minimized by avoiding strenuous activity or exercise outdoors. Well, make sure you scan the QR code on your screen there. You can share pictures from inside your home of the smoke in your neighborhood. It's going to take you right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You can upload those pictures and videos. You might just see them on air or online. The U.S. Naval Academy welcoming the new members of the class of 2027. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we join them on the start of their journey.
And we're in Perryville at the grand opening of Great Wolf Lodge. There's so much magic here. Have you heard of Magi Quest? Well, look at the power here. Boom and boom. There's the magic. Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
It is so Baltimore. Get ready to make your way to the grand opening of the Great Wolf Lodge right here in Maryland. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live from Perryville to give us a first look at all the attractions. Mark, there's a lot going on there.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, but I'm with Melanie, and I'm telling you, Melanie, tell us about Adventure Park. So many fun things to do here.
Yeah, so we have 57,000 square feet of amazing activities for the whole family. If you're the adventurous type, you'll find yourself on our ropes course. 2 levels, 24 different elements. Kids every day learn to be brave. Not so adventurous, find yourself in our arcade where you can win amazing prizes. We also have mini golf, we have a mirror maze, we have bowling, and my actual favorite is Magi Quest. Okay, great. Magi Quest is an interactive fantasy adventure throughout the lodge, and all you need is a wand and some imagination, and I see you have both.
I have my wand.
You got both. Yeah, so what's really fun here is you are on a quest to save the source tree. This is the source tree, so go ahead and cast your wand.
Wow.
Magic, yes.
It is magic, wow.
It is magic. And the goal here is to go around the lodge, collect as many magical items as you can, and then you'll take those items and create spells and save Valara.
Awesome, guys. I can't hear you. I don't know what happened, but hopefully you heard that, and we're able to take in the amazing magic that went on.
That is amazing. I'm not going to ask any questions, Mark. That is awesome. My girls would go crazy. We're going to put more information on our website, more than just a water park out there. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Finally have one here in Maryland.
As we head into another holiday weekend, the city's youth curfew once again under the microscope. Just ahead, we'll take a look at the plan's rocky start and why some say it's just not working.
Right now, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're going to take you live inside Alumni Hall and show you all of the process.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert this morning due to the code red air quality alert all throughout our region. Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor. You see that on the left, and that's our Towson camera on the right. Both hazy because of the Canadian wildfire smoke is passing through our state.
Man, it's gotten worse throughout the morning. It's Thursday, June 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast and the smoke and the air quality.
I mean, there are hundreds of fires burning thousands of acres in Canada right now, guys, and all of that smoke is moving into the U.S. You know, we were talking during the break about the shows we like binging, and this is probably a day where you want to stay inside if you can and do some of those indoor activities. We usually talk about that on, you know, rainy days, but it's the smoke, which is why we want you to stay inside and stay healthy as well. The code red air quality alert for the entire state. This goes throughout the evening tonight. Looking to be code orange for tomorrow. There's Hank the Bird. Hank, good morning. I didn't think so. I didn't think Hank and Carlos, they're both sitting this one out for today. Carlos the crab, of course. So 88 today. We'll be back to 90 tomorrow. We are tracking the potential for a few more showers late day Friday and into early Saturday as well, even a couple of thunderstorms. We do see some improvement with the air quality as we head into the weekend, so we'll talk more about that coming up.
More unanswered questions concerning an ongoing Fox 45 investigation into how the state is reporting student test results taxpayers paid billions of dollars for.
But over the past few months, as Project Baltimore's Chris Papst explains, many of those results have been hidden from the public, which the state seems to be ignoring. Project Baltimore's Chris Papst joining us live to share more on how these results have been hidden from the public for so long and the lack of answers, Chris, that you seem to be getting.
Yeah, this is really just kind of took us by surprise and stunned us when this happened on Tuesday. Now, these test scores that we're talking about, it kind of seems like a dry issue, talking about test results and data that the state's putting out. But this is really important stuff because a lot of people decide what house they're going to buy based on the schools that are around them, what schools they're going to send their children to. They look at the performance of these schools, and that's how a lot of people make decisions about their lives. And what we're talking about here is the data that the state is putting out so people can make informed decisions. And we went to the school board meeting, the state school board meeting on Tuesday, because we have been covering this for about 3 months now, that the state redacted data for some of the lowest performing schools in Maryland because they didn't want people to see that data, but they didn't tell anybody about it. They didn't publicize it, didn't have any hearings. You know, we've seen the fallout with Governor Wes Moore and the president of the school board saying they didn't know that the state was going to be redacting all this data. So finally on Tuesday, the state was pretty much forced to have a hearing about it and talk about it. The Maryland State Department of Education, we went to that. They did an entire presentation about how they redact data, but they left out everything that has happened over the past 3 months. You guys remember the term enhanced de-identification, which is what they use to redact more data? They didn't even mention it. No mention of it, not even discussed. They're acting like the past 3 months didn't even happen.
Yeah, and yet you keep asking them the questions, apparently even harassing some of them, which, yeah, we like that in your report. Chris, thank you.
Well, are you a parent concerned about your child's education? Do you have a story you want Project Baltimore to investigate? We want to hear from you. You can call the tip line on your screen or send us an email. This morning in a city in crisis, we are a little over a month into the city's curfew enforcement program.
A curfew van has been damaged. Officials have closed an unused curfew center. Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning live with why the curfew strategy is costing taxpayers $1 million is still under the microscope. Shannon.
Yeah, as we head into another holiday weekend, Tom and Megan, the city's youth curfew is certainly top of mind, and especially just how effective it is. So far, we know it's been off to a rocky start.
In a perfect world, yeah, everybody's going to go home, and we are not going to have any problem. But this is Baltimore. They don't want to be controlled. If they could have been controlled, they would be home with their mother, with their father.
Restaurant owner Tony Asadi there says the same teens who roar through the city at this hour on dirt bikes are not shy about disrupting his business at most any hour, whether a curfew is in place or not. Remember, the city launched its curfew engagement strategy 5 weeks ago, sending teams of volunteers into downtown communities to try to encourage curfew violators to go home or agree to be transported to one of the city's 2 new curfew centers. But within days, the window on a curfew van was shattered, volunteers forced to retreat, and then just last weekend, the city closed one of the 2 community centers after no teens consented to go there. Well, now the C.C. Jackson Community Center in Park Heights is the only center the city is using as a curfew center. So in announcing the move, the mayor wrote this right here, quote, "That will help consolidate resources, prioritize ground level outreach. These adjustments are coming out of a detailed assessment about what was working and where improvements could be made." Now, the mayor also says that youth-related homicides and non-fatal shootings over the weekend are down from this time last year. But there are many who are skeptical over whether that has anything to do with this curfew. Reporting live in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Do you think the youth curfew plan is working? As you see on the bottom right there, so far 98% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. 2 dead after a shooting as violence continues to surge across Baltimore. In our next half hour, we are taking a look at the numbers behind the crime in Baltimore City.
And we are in a code red and on weather alert. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking your air quality forecast and how you can stay safe. 8:37 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. That sound means we're weather alert, not for the heat or humidity, but for the smoke that we are seeing as we open the live window right now. You can see that in Towson, how things have gotten worse over the last couple of hours, and this is basically how it's going to be throughout the day today. So on your yard and gardening cast, numbers in the mid to upper 80s. Want to get the sprinklers on because we're not tracking any rain for today, and our high temperatures that will be warmer in the mid to upper 80s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Today marks the official beginning of plebe summer at the U.S. Naval Academy.
Olivia Dance is checking out the events happening this morning, and there is a lot going on there. Olivia, what's happening now?
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Tom. We've actually moved inside Alumni Hall now. So we're here seeing the process as this all unfolds. This is the class of 2027. Obviously an emotional but exciting day. So I want to go ahead and bring in Lieutenant Vandiver. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, so there is a lot going on.
There is.
We're going to have Sean take the camera and kind of show us what's happening here. But can you explain what part of the process this is and what we're seeing?
So first you see here is the barber shop. So like we spoke about, we have to get everyone into military standards. So the female candidates are taught how to put their hair up into proper military standards, and all the male candidates get a zero blade cut on their head. So from there, they move on and they start meeting their detailers. So they're headed over to get issued a bunch of gear to get their new uniforms and get into the regulations that we have. And then behind us you see the new classmates, the new candidates, learning how to salute, learning how to hold their reef points. That is all of the instructions that they have to have for the next couple weeks.
I mean, this is fascinating, seeing this process unfold, seeing this up close and personal. And just this station right here, you can see how much of a transition they go through in these next 6 weeks. So thank you so much for speaking with us. I really appreciate it. And we'll send it back to you, Megan and Tom.
How many bags, I don't know if you can hear us, but if you can, how many bags of hair did they collect by the end of this day?
The anchors are asking how many bags of hair do they collect by the end of the day. Do you know that?
I have no idea, but we can get them that info.
We're gonna try to find that out for you, Tom.
Oh my goodness, they don't even look nervous. They look confident. They're in the right place, and I'm so impressed with them.
Yeah, they're just happy to be accepted in that. All right, go plebes. Today, wildfire smoke from Canada has us weather alert. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking Maryland's air quality as it compares to others around our country.
Plus, Alzheimer's is a traumatic and long-lasting brain disease. After the break, the training that can help strengthen your mind in the long term. It is 8:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Train your brain and you could endure the fight against Alzheimer's. This morning, I'm joined by two-time Guinness World Record holder for greatest memory, Dave Farrow. And Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Okay, so we need to find out a little bit more about this. Two-time Guinness World Record holder for memory. How in the world did you get into that? Was it just from playing memory as a child, or was somebody like, I bet you can't remember all the pi numbers?
Yeah, no, it sounds crazy, but I was diagnosed ADHD and dyslexic when I was a kid. So I was at the bottom of all my classes, and in those days, these labels really didn't give me more resources. They kind of, felt like I was being passed over. So I became obsessed with how the memory works and how the mind works. I ended up actually getting into the field of brain training, coming up with some new memory techniques in the art of memory. It actually led to authoring a double-blind neuroscience study at McGill University even. And, the big thing was to go after a Guinness record kind of as a personal passion, and also to prove to others it could be done.
Yeah, and you did it twice, so you found that out. But let's get back to what you're doing to help other people. I mean, what are some of the things that you would tell somebody that we should start training our brain now? How do we do that?
Yeah, no, there's actually some great data on this, and it's now very clear. Like at one time, it was somewhat of a controversial statement to say that you could train your brain and prevent Alzheimer's and things like that. But there's tons of studies that are very clear. The key thing that you have to know, and the one thing I want to get out of this interview, is novelty. The only training that works is something that's brand new and novel to you. So if I've never played Sudoku before and I start learning, that'll actually train my brain and kind of stimulate it in a new way. If you played Sudoku your whole life, it won't have the same effect. So every person can be different. Try something new. Try to learn a new skill, learn a new language, learn a new musical instrument. These are like some of the top things. Meeting
Training
people.
new pathways for your brain.
Yeah, and being social as well.
Okay, so creating that new, that's the way that kind of, a lot of people are like, oh, your brain muscle. Well, no, it's really creating those new pathways or starting them, and that's what's really triggering brain memory?
Yeah, and that's why a lot of these apps and games turned out to not work. They were very, very popular in the early 2000s, and they've kind of fallen out of fashion because anything you do repetitively, you get better at, but that doesn't necessarily make your brain better. So we try to do things that we feel comfortable with and that we like, but unfortunately, you got to pull yourself outside of your comfort zone to do something that you're uncomfortable with. I mean, I teach people how to juggle sometimes, in the corporate talks that I do, just to do something so completely outside of their comfort zone, and just the attempt is preventative for your brain.
Oh, that's incredible. That's just one little piece of advice. I'm sure you have a lot more in your book. Tell us about Brain Hacker and where we can find it.
Yeah, so Brain Hacker, this actually talks about how I went from ADHD and dyslexic to the Guinness Book of Records, and it shows how I came up with a lot of brain hacks, but also my goal is to make it so that other people can come up with their own brain hacks. Everything from insomnia, difficulty dealing with cravings and a diet, things like that. I dealt with chronic pain. There's a whole bunch of other ways that you can think about information and kind of hack your brain to improve your life. That's my mission, and I hope that people, read my book and then they go even farther than me and come up with their own brain hacks.
Yeah, and take it and challenge you on the next Guinness World Record. Maybe, are you going for a third? Last question.
Maybe not challenge my Guinness record, but anything else. You can do anything else.
Anything else, that's allowed. Dave Farrow with the Brain Hacker book. Thank you so much, and congratulations on everything that you're doing well beyond the Guinness World Records. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. We are weather alert this morning due to the quality of our air here in our region. You're just taking a live look at the Inner Harbor on your right-hand side, and you can see it just looks like it's fog. It's not. It's dangerous. In fact, we want to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about Maryland isn't the only state seeing these hazy skies, because we've got footage from all around the U.S., and it's dangerous. That's why we're in red alert, red air quality alert.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. Speaking of that brain hacking, too, you're learning how to fly with me, and that's challenging, right? Because it's making your brain work harder because you got to learn to nail those landings. But we're not going to be practicing those landings today because we pretty much have, it's almost like an IFR day. Even if your airport that you fly out of isn't necessarily IFR. I mean, look at that visibility. You can't even see down to the Inner Harbor. Usually this shot is very clear and we can see what's going on, but that is absolutely not the case. So today, probably do some chair flying, maybe do some groundwork as well for the pilots out there. Upper 50s and Cumberland. Our temperature's not bad in Western Maryland. Would love to fly out there today. 71 your temp in Baltimore right now, 71 as well in Salisbury, up into Philadelphia. We do have that code red air quality alert, and that is why we're in weather alert mode, because this affects all of us, the air quality that is out there for that code red air quality day. Now, in Baltimore City, we have the code red alerts when we get too hot, but that is not what the situation is today. This is for the air quality as the smoke from the wildfires continues to move into the area. You put that AQI, the air quality index, and you can see that unhealthy category. We're already above 151, which puts us into that unhealthy category for not only those with sensitivities to asthma and to breathing problems, but all of us basically want to do some indoor stuff today because that smoke's going to be hanging around. Now, as we get into your future smoke graphic, notice that it stays smoky throughout the day today. We're not getting a lot of wind to help to kind of push any of this out. And so it's that stagnant air, that air just kind of, the smoke just kind of sitting here. Tomorrow, we are looking to be a code orange day, but that air is eventually going to get a little bit better as we head toward the weekend. Definitely want to get the sprinklers on this afternoon, or I should say this morning or into the evening time, because we are not going to see any rain for at least the immediate future. Low to mid 80s across the central Maryland region up toward the eastern shore, and you can see some of those lower 80s for Westminster and Bel Air as well, and up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 80s going. 75 down the ocean there at Ocean City. The heat of the U.S. Well, our folks and our friends in Texas and Oklahoma, the southeast, triple-digit heat, and then those heat index values that are in the 105 and 110 range. Even for West Tennessee, that's an excessive heat warning. All of those areas there in that magenta under that excessive heat warning. Here's that ridge of high pressure on your future scan. This is why we're staying dry, but also while we are keeping that air kind of stagnant today. And then as we head toward tomorrow, we're looking to see more of a southerly flow that's going to pick up our wind and also help to move some of that smoke out of here. Also some showers developing late tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. Some of those leftover showers into Saturday morning and then moving out of here by Saturday afternoon. But another round of showers and potential pop-up thunderstorms into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for you Saturday. So just be aware of that. O's didn't win the series last night, but they're back at it tomorrow against the Twins. And then they've got a few games this weekend against the Twins as well. Floppy hat and Hawaiian shirt weekend is what is upon us, but they'll have to dodge some of those storms, and you will as well as you are out and about. So just be aware of that. Looking good, actually, by next Tuesday for the 4th of July with temperatures near 90 degrees. Time to take a look at a view through your window. We've had a lot of great pictures and videos from you from all of the storms that we've seen. This is from Robert, and you can really see that thunderstorm cloud building, the right rear downdraft there, and that the flank that you're seeing overall. That's what we're seeing, those showers and storms that have moved through the area. So thank you for that, Robert. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Summer break means all kinds of bumps and bruises for our kids as they're out on their adventures, sometimes even concussions. The helmets parents need to have in their possession to protect their children now. Plus, the hit musical Hello, Dolly is coming right here to Charm City. We'll be sitting down with the local actors for a sneak peek of the show and some music to go with it. And one matchmaker tip, Hello, Dolly, is easy. Head to a ROFO and find someone who takes their coffee the same way as you. 8:57, topping your morning business report this Thursday. By the end of this week, the UPS could be seeing its workers just walk out across the country. Contract negotiations underway, with workers asking for air-conditioned vehicles, longer breaks, and higher wages. Union says the company has until tomorrow to get its final and best offer. As the 4th of July travel rush kicks off starting today, United Airlines is calling all hands on deck. Now, since Saturday, the airline has canceled more flights than any other major airline in the U.S. FlightAware claims more than 2,400 United flights have been canceled and over 5,500 have been delayed. As we approach the 4th, you may be confused on where to store your ketchup and to get ready for your party. Heinz is finally setting the record straight. The company took to social media saying the condiment should be stored in the fridge after opening it to keep it fresh. Some social media users disagree. They say the cupboard is where ketchup belongs. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are weather alert this morning due to the code red air quality alert in our region. Taking a live look over the Inner Harbor, you see that on the top right, and then Towson on your left, both showing the hazy skies. Canadian wildfires are passing through our state. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday, June 29th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. I mean, visibility severely being impacted now at this point.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon, it wasn't as bad. You can step outside and smell it. Almost, some people are saying you could basically taste it. And today, a lot worse.
Yeah. Justin.
That's what we're looking at, guys. Let's take a look at the well, I'm right here, but let's go over here to the BAM. Our Towson camera, a lot of these smoky conditions out there right now. This is what we're going to be dealing with throughout the day today, which is why we're weather alert. The smoke from the wildfires will limit that time outdoors today. Do some indoor stuff. The entire state under that code red air quality alert. So on your out and about cast, numbers will stay in the 70s for the next couple of hours. We'll be in the low to mid 80s through noontime today. We should top out right about 88, and we'll be a little bit warmer tomorrow. Hopefully have some better air quality. That's what we're projecting, and it's looking like we'll see that. Also, some showers and thunderstorms will bring into your forecast as well. Tom?
Thanks, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at some of the cameras around the area here. As Justin was just talking about, you see some of the issues because of the haze, the fog. We do have some issues to report. In fact, right now we have Fort McHenry Tunnel. There was a collision, 3 vehicles involved, and that's causing some slowdown. It looks like they may be getting that cleaned up right now. And then 95 northbound, there were some issues in the Abington area, but it's not causing any delays. We have there's 2 vehicles involved, and they're pulled over to the right-hand side southbound. Right near, when we're talking about Abington exit, right near 24.
From our live center here this morning, our big story, more than a third of the U.S. population under heat and air quality alerts from the raging wildfires in Canada that we've been talking about. This is a really neat resource that we have here behind us. As we scroll up here, those shiny little yellow dots that you see there, those are the active wildfires that are burning right now in Canada. And thanks to the wind patterns that we're seeing, that smoke now moving down right here. The purple dots that you see right there, those are the worst air quality alerts right now. And then in red, you see that whole line moving through right here, including Maryland right there. That is unhealthy air quality. Orange means unhealthy for sensitive groups. Yellow is moderate. But guys, zooming back out, you can see how much of the United States right here dealing with that. In fact, more than 122 million Americans spanning 15 states from the Midwest to the East Coast are feeling the impacts of those wildfires from Canada. Again, triggering those air quality alerts that I showed you on the map there. A live look now over Washington, D.C., where the air quality already diminished to 163. That is in the unhealthy to breathe range. And check out this video captured over Chicago. This is showing the smoke just covering the city's skyline. This morning, Chicago's air is still being impacted with air quality over 200, and that is the very unhealthy to breathe range. Live now to Cincinnati. Take a look at that. Air quality alerts are set through the end of today. The quality is the worst it has been there in more than 20 years, similar to what we've been seeing. Meantime, the deadly summer heat wave is intensifying along the Gulf Coast, putting more than 55 million Americans under heat alerts. Some of the excessive heat warnings include, take a look here, Dallas, and that is going to last until 8 o'clock tonight. And then we have New Orleans and Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That is lasting through Friday. A live look now over Nashville, also under the excessive heat warnings through Friday, as well as the majority of Middle Tennessee with a heat index value between, ready for this, 105 and 115. That's hot. We're going to keep you up to date on both the heat there and the air quality that we're feeling here closer to home, right here from our live center all morning long.
This morning, we are taking a closer look at the violence plaguing a city in crisis. This is Baltimore's recovering from a violent Wednesday with 4 people shot and 2 of them died.
2 of those shootings happened along the same stretch of Reisterstown Road. The first around 3 p.m. A man shot in a Home Depot parking lot. Then just before 7, 2 people were shot, one of them dead at a gas station that is inside the Belvedere Safe Streets Zone.
Yesterday's violence comes as former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison wrote an op-ed in the Baltimore Sun in which he's touting his success for the city's crime fight while he was in office. Well, the commissioner pointing to a reduction in murders and shootings compared to this time last year, but some experts say it's too early to celebrate success. This morning, we are breaking down the numbers behind the crime.
Shannon Lilly joining us from the newsroom this morning with its impacts. Shannon.
Former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says violent crimes are down 16% since he took office 4 years ago. But a closer look at the numbers shows it's just not that straightforward. In fact, right now, we know that carjackings and robberies are surging across the city with more than 200 carjackings for the year and more than 1,400 robberies. And that has some questioning just how effective the crime fight has been.
He can pick and choose and cherry pick kind of what his successes and failures were. People forget that the first half of 2022 was the most violent in Baltimore's history.
We've clearly lost control of the criminal system in Baltimore City. They're going to have to bring back safety to folks that live downtown to rebuild the downtown area, or folks aren't going to go back.
That was U.S. Senate hopeful David Trone there, the Democratic congressman pointing to the number of residents and businesses leaving the city. In fact, just yesterday, Giant Foods told FOX45 they're considering closing locations in and around Baltimore and D.C. because of theft and violence. And earlier this month, you'll remember there was a shooting at this East Baltimore Giant on Sinclair Lane. So Giant hasn't made that official yet that they are closing, but they say they are heavily weighing that option to leave the Baltimore and D.C. area because of crime. And if that is the case, that would mean yet another business is leaving the city due to crime. Reporting in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We are on weather alert today due to a code red air quality alert in the region.
Let's get another check of our forecast. Here's meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, looking about almost 500 fires that are actively burning in Canada right now, either on the eastern part of the country or the west. And we're getting a lot of the easterly fires here from the Quebec region right down into our region. And this is all the smoke from up north that is moving in. We saw that northwesterly flow. We talked about it yesterday, how we were going to get some of that influence and that smoke moving in, and it did, but it has gotten progressively worse over the last 12 to 15 hours. And this is how it's going to look through most of the day today on our Towson camera. Our temperatures are not bad at all. Upper 50s and lower 60s for western Maryland. Some of us have slid into the lower 70s for Westminster and Baltimore down the Chesapeake. So overall today, our numbers are going to stay mainly in the 70s and eventually into some 80s as well. I'd suggest you probably get the exercise done inside, get the dogs out for their business, but then bring them back in. No big dog walks today because you want to do stuff indoors. The dogs probably won't like that, however. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. At least Nika is going to be like, what's going on? Can't we go outside?
Maybe tomorrow. All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, it is the start of a new chapter as the U.S. Naval Academy welcomes the new members of the class of 2027.
Induction Day is just the start of a life of service.
And we have Olivia Dans joining us live at the Naval Academy. The process is underway. Olivia, we saw them get their haircuts. What's happening now?
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Tom. We'll show you the haircuts in just a second. So right now we're actually in Alumni Hall, and we're watching the incoming class of 2027 go through this whole process. They have a full day ahead of them, but I want to go ahead and bring in Abby Bela. Thank you so much for joining us here. You are the Plebe Summer Regimental Commander, so you know all about this process. There's a lot going on right here. So tell us a little about what's happening behind us, and then also we'll have Sean pan over and show the haircuts as well.
Yes, ma'am. So the plebes actually start out over by the barber shop, and they're going to come out from the barber shop, and they're going to be introduced to the pressures of Plebe Summer. And then from there, they're going to go around through the Naval Academy Business Service Division and get all their uniforms. They're going to return to us in their Whiteworks Echoes. We're going to shuttle them in here, and they're going to learn some basic commands that'll prepare them for Plebe Summer and also for the Oath of Office ceremony. And all throughout, they're getting introduced to pressures. We have our detail staff practicing for the summer and getting them ready, and then they'll their bags, and that door will go up and off to Bancroft.
I mean, it's fascinating to see this process so close. Obviously, it was an emotional and exciting day as well. So thank you so much for explaining that process to us. And Megan and Tom, I know that the last hit you asked how much hair they collect at the end of the day. I was told that it is 10 30-gallon bags of hair by the end of the day, so a lot of hair there.
Oh, my goodness.
Pretty crazy.
A lot of hair loss, but a lot of nerves added to the next step of their lives and their careers, and here they go.
Yeah, a lot of parents also saying goodbye and hearing all that yelling and heading out. Yeah.
Wow.
All right, we appreciate it, Olivia. Okay, from the Naval Academy to some other place. Get ready for making a splash this summer because the Great Wolf Lodge, Maryland, is now officially open.
Finally, one close to us. Mark Clark in Perryville this morning giving us a first look. Mark.
That's right, guys. It's the grand opening of Great Wolf Lodge, and it's known for many things, but the aquatics have to be a big part of the equation. The kids love it, the parents love it, and Katie, you're over it all. Tell us about the exciting new stuff you have here.
Well, I gotta say, for the 20th lodge, we decided to go big, and when they went big, they did it. We have 128,000 square feet, perfectly designed to bring joy to your family. We got a wave pool, a Crooked Creek Lazy River, 2 featured slides here at Great Wolf that's only here in Maryland.
Wow.
I know. We've got our Forest Flume, which is 275 feet, which does make it the longest water slide in Maryland.
The longest in Maryland.
Yep, here for you all. And then we have our High Paw Holler, and the High Paw Holler is meant to mimic like a ski slope, but instead of like swishing through the snow, you're gonna be splashing around twists and turns, some 360 loops and a drop at the end. And you might ask, why do we call it High Paw Holler? Because at Great Wolf Lodge, we don't high five, we high paw.
High paw.
That's right, we high paw.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now tell us about this one, the Wolf's Tail.
So this is the Wolf Tail. So this is for our thrill-seeking members of your pack, right? We've got little ones for the wolf pups, but this is for your thrill seekers.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you've picked the biggest one here, Mark, to go down.
Goodness, what?
You're gonna go into that chamber and the floor is just gonna drop below you. So viewers, check out his facial expression because that's always the best part.
All right, well let's go. Let's do it, Katie.
Let's do it.
I'm fired up, Katie.
Come on, Mark, do it.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He's alive. He's well.
Scooting down the chute right now, just about to get out. Yes.
And he's up. Oh, maybe.
Oh, wait, maybe he's up.
I'll tell you what, you're waiting for the floor to drop. That's got to be a feeling. Oh,
and just
up?
being able to see how
that was amazing.
That was
massive
amazing.
It is inside
I need a nap.
Well
job, Mark.
done, Mark. And this is the start of it all. For more information on how you and your family can get out there, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. The grand opening here.
The new curfew in Baltimore already being scaled back just ahead the issues many businesses are still seeing, despite the city saying it's working.
And a judge sides with Baltimore residents when it comes to BGE gas regulators, how long a restraining order will last, and what BGE is saying this morning. It is 9:12 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This morning, more than 80 million Americans, including mail-inders, are under a code red air quality alert. And that's because the smoke from Canada's wildfires, which is the second time this month. In fact, on the left-hand side, that is Ontario. So the last time we saw an event like this was 17 years ago. When it comes to the heat, nearly 90 million Americans from the South to Midwest are under heat alerts. Several daily record highs have been broken this week, and it is expected to include, as you see, these states right here, parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, and Florida. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. Just a few minutes, meteorologist Justin Chambers will be back to break it all down for us in his full Weather Authority forecast.
It is summertime, and kids are living their best life at the playground, riding bikes, climbing trees. But falls from these activities can be really dangerous, even causing concussions. This morning, we have Dr. Beth Slomine, the co-director of the Center for Brain Injury Recovery at Kennedy Krieger Institute, joining us live to weigh in on how these kids can stay safe while still having fun. Thanks for coming in.
My pleasure.
I see the helmets. We think about wearing those, obviously, for biking and for skateboarding. How much of a difference can that make if a kid falls while wearing one of those?
It's really important to wear a helmet. It prevents things like skull fractures, more severe injuries. It's not a complete protection, you can still have a brain injury or a concussion while wearing a helmet. So it's important to follow all kinds of safety rules, but certainly wear a helmet for the sports that it's recommended, such as wheeled sports, biking, skateboarding.
My question for you, as we mentioned, playgrounds. There's no helmet at a playground. So how do we protect our kids when they're on the monkey bars and they're climbing trees? What do we do if they fall?
Yeah, a lot of playgrounds have very soft surfaces. They have low climbing structures. So there's been a lot of changes in playgrounds to improve safety. But if you're worried that your child had a concussion because your child has fallen and hit their head, you want to look for both signs and symptoms of concussion. And if you have any concerns, bring your child to urgent care or a pediatrician.
Let's talk about the signs and symptoms. What's the first thing? You know, I know my daughter got hit in the head with a lacrosse ball not long ago. What should you be looking for? I always heard you're to look at their pupils, but I never remember what they should be doing.
So the things you should look for is there a change in behavior immediately following? Certainly a loss of consciousness of any period of time, but something more subtle like disorientation or being slow to answer questions or wobbly when standing up. Those are the first signs that you may see. In some cases, symptoms develop within a day or even a couple of days after injury.
Let me ask you this, too. I don't know if this is still true to this day, but you would always say be careful having them go to sleep after being hit in the head or having a brain injury. Why is that, and is that still a thing?
In rare cases, a child may have a bleed after an injury, and so they may look okay for a short period of time and then have a bleed, which would be an emergency situation. What you want to look for is if a child starts having a decrease in mental status, seeming more confused over time, developing nausea and vomiting. Those are emergency things, and you should take a child right to the doctor. That's when you go to the emergency room.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Slomine. We appreciate your help. Just good reminders, I think, for many folks. As we are heading outside, meteorologist Justin Chambers, you know, it might not be a day for the playground today, though. Inside,
no, it
keep
is
it
not
safe.
a day for the playground. You don't want the kids out there. You don't want you to be outside. I know we have to go outside at times and we have to do things, but we just want to try to limit that time today because you don't want to have to be breathing in all of this nasty wildfire smoke that continues to be worse today, which is why we're in our weather alert mode. This is from Towson, and we've seen the conditions kind of get worse throughout the morning time. Unhealthy air quality is what we're talking about, the smoke from those wildfires. So as I was mentioning, for the weather alert day, you want to limit that time outdoors. All of us under the code red air quality alert. Now, we had one earlier this month, and we had those strong fires that moved in from Canada as well, up and down the East Coast, and those air quality index readings that were off the chart. And now we have another one in the same month, and this is twice in June. We haven't had them before. 17 years, you got to go back as to when the last time we had a code red for unhealthy air quality. Here's that AQI scale, and you can see that 151 to 200. That's where we're going to be hanging out today in that unhealthy category. So not only sensitive groups and elderly and the children as well, and those with breathing problems, but pretty much all of us need to make sure to stay indoors today. Other folks around the country dealing with the very unhealthy or the hazardous air quality. Thankfully, we're not talking about that. We do have that cloud or the smoke that's going to be with us. This is what we're looking at in our future smoke graphic. Now, tomorrow we're expecting some of that smoke to move out of here. It's still going to be hazy, and we'll probably be in a code orange day for your Friday, but as of right now, still in that code red. So here's your high temps. Average this time of year 88. Some of us close to that number. We'll see the low to mid and upper 80s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 85 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Perry Hall and White Marsh in the mid 80s. Temps in the mid to upper 80s for Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well for your highs on this Thursday afternoon. And Eastern Shore counties also hanging out in those mid 80s for Rock Hall and Chestertown over through Centerville down into Easton and Talbot County. So here's a look at our temperature tracker, and numbers are trending upward. So notice that we stay kind of in that above or right near that average line, not only through the first weekend of July, but all the way into the first week of July next week. So those numbers are more summer-like for, and you know, we typically see this time of year. Weather alert day today should not be in weather alert tomorrow, but again, we're going to probably have that code orange air quality alert, and then those numbers in the upper 80s through the weekend. We will track the potential for some showers late tomorrow afternoon, a couple of isolated storms for both Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday too. And right now, it's still looking like we'll be drier on Tuesday.
Today during this red code air quality alert. Besides sensitive groups, everybody should remain inside. It's a bottom line, but sensitive groups such as children, elderly, and those with asthma or heart or lung disease should take extra precaution. The impacts of air pollution can be minimized by avoiding strenuous activity or exercise outdoors. Maryland's 529 account holders in financial crisis and no end in sight. The lack of transparency is still happening months after a new leader took over. 9:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, happening now, a new report estimates that people got away with more than $200 billion in pandemic small business loans after many lawmakers warned of this issue.
Janae Bowens with the National Desk looks at the startling numbers and what's being done about it.
Small business owners like Winnie Thompson are still picking up the pieces from the COVID-19 pandemic's major blow.
Packages were getting lost and people were getting really upset. And so we had to refund thousands of dollars that we really couldn't afford.
Her literacy company, Books and Bros, didn't get government aid, so COVID-19 business loan fraud strikes a nerve.
There are businesses, in addition to us who have, been in dire need of support.
A new report from the Small Business Administration's Office of Inspector General shows more than $200 billion in COVID-19 aid, like PPP loans, may have been stolen. But the Small Business Administration disagrees and says the amount of likely fraud is $36 billion. Either way, money ended up in the wrong hands, despite several warnings.
3 years ago, we were operating blindly.
Dane Stengler with the Bipartisan Policy Center says there's no excuse for the fraud, but context is needed.
We were trying to get as much money out the door to small businesses as possible.
The SBA OIG's report says the SBA weakened or removed necessary controls to prevent fraudsters.
It is very frustrating.
The federal watchdog admits the SBA has made progress, but there's still room for improvement, like establishing and using effective internal fraud controls. The SBA Inspector General Mike Ware will testify to Congress about the findings on July 13th. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Janae Bowens.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We continue our Weather Alert Day coverage, how long we can expect poor air quality in our region, plus how things are shaping up for the 4th of July celebrations.
Right now, the U.S. Naval Academy is welcoming the class of 2027. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Annapolis with a closer look at the process. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Thursday, June 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are Weather Alert this morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with what we need to know.
All morning we've been talking about the degrading air quality. We've been showing you all of those pictures, all the cameras where you can barely even see outside. This is another live look here, not just because that camera is dirty, but because we have a lot of that smoke that is hanging around our area. Not only here at home, but the entire Old Line State. We're under that code red air quality alert, guys, from Oakland to Ocean City. So that is what we're tracking for today. Luckily, we're not tracking any storms, and we're not tracking extreme heat either. In fact, over the next few hours, our numbers steadily rising to the low to mid and even upper 80s through about 1 p.m. And we'll top out right about 88 for our high today, which is about average for late June. We'll sneak into those lower 90s tomorrow. We do bring at least a chance for some showers, a couple of pop-up storms, not only Friday, but into early Saturday as well. So a little unsettled weather for the weekend, but the best news of all, it's looking more and more likely like we'll get the improving air quality starting tomorrow, but especially into Saturday and Sunday. So back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, I know it's been kind of tough to even see on the roads out here, at least from our cameras. I don't know how folks are driving.
Yeah, we've had a couple little issues throughout the morning. Taking a live look right now over Lock Raven Boulevard, inner and outer loops. There was actually a moving construction zone that moved through that area, inner loop, and then the outer loop. That is slowly releasing, so Parkville is getting back up to full speed. No issues now on the outer loop.
If there is curfew, you need law and order to pursue that, to enforce that. But you don't see it.
In a city in crisis, we are a little over a month into the city's curfew enforcement program.
A curfew van has been damaged. A curfew center has been closed. Is it working is the big question.
Shannon Lilly brings us a closer look at why the curfew strategy that's costing taxpayers $1 million is under the microscope.
As we head into another holiday weekend, this youth curfew and just how effective it is certainly top of mind. And so far we know it's been off to a rocky start.
In a perfect world, yeah, everybody's going to go home and we are not going to have any problem. But this is Baltimore. They don't want to be controlled. If they could have been controlled, they would be home with their mother, with their father.
Restaurant owner Tony Asadi there says the same teens who roar through the city at this hour on dirt bikes are not shy about disrupting his business at most any hour, whether a curfew is in place or not. Remember, the city launched its curfew engagement strategy 5 weeks ago, sending teams of volunteers into downtown communities to try to encourage curfew violators to go home or agree to be transported to one of the city's 2 new curfew centers. But within days, the window on a curfew van was shattered. Volunteers there forced to retreat. And then just last weekend, the city closed one of the 2 community centers after no teens consented to go there. Well, now the C.C. Jackson Community Center in Park Heights is the only center the city is using as a curfew center. So in announcing the move, the mayor wrote this right here, quote, "That will help consolidate resources, prioritize ground level outreach. These adjustments are coming out of a detailed assessment about what was working and where improvements could be made." Now, the mayor also says that youth-related homicides and non-fatal shootings are down over the weekends from this time last year, but there are many who are skeptical about whether or not the curfew has anything to do with that. Reporting in the newsroom, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement has played a big role in the curfew plan. This week, the mayor officially announced an interim director for that office, with current director Shantae Jackson stepping down tomorrow. You can find more on the interim director, Stephanie Mavronis, on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
And we want to hear from you. Do you think the youth curfew plan is working? And as you take a look there at the screen, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com.
We have an education alert for you now. Frustration continues as more than 1,000 people have now joined the Facebook group of parents having trouble accessing prepaid college savings through their Maryland 529 plans. Many are frustrated that despite Maryland 529 oversight shifting to the state treasurer's office, the same problems persist with no timeline for a fix. A single mother of 3 saw her account go from over $270,000 to $150,000, and now she's going to major lengths to make tuition payments in time.
My parents, my in-laws, have had to take out money from their retirement funds. I mean, they live on a fixed income, but they're trying to, pull together to get their grandkids through school, and it's just so unnecessary when the money was ours.
Well, Fox 45 sending questions to Treasurer Derek Davis, and this includes a request for an updated timeline on solutions, any advice for parents, and a response to those frustrated that a fix has yet to be introduced. As of now, we have not heard back.
Happening today, the U.S. Naval Academy welcoming the new members of the class of 2027.
It's an exciting, nerve-wracking day. Induction Day is just the start of a life of service.
Oh, and Olivia Dance is joining us live now from the Naval Academy with all the sounds, the sights that come along with all the emotions of a major summer boot camp ahead. Olivia.
Yeah, hey, Megan and Tom. It is obviously an emotional and exciting day, and it's quiet right now, but it's been pretty loud for the last couple hours that we've been in here. We're inside Alumni Hall. So to explain all of it, I want to go ahead and bring in Second Lieutenant Jordan Hummel. Thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Good to be here.
Okay, so tell us about what we're seeing. I know to our right is the haircut station, but then to the left we have a lot going on as well. So So tell us all about it.
Yeah, so right now the plebes are getting processed in. This is actually the end of their processing in Alumni Hall. They're just getting their haircuts, and then over here they're learning basic military customs and courtesies. So learning how to salute, basic greetings of the day, things like that. So it's just a fire hose of information for them right now. Put a pressure on them so they're ready for the rest of plebe summer.
And they're doing their first salute ever.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's amazing to watch all this unfold. And as far as the yelling, we've been hearing a lot of yelling. Can you just talk about the importance of that? What are they yelling?
It's mostly just pressure with a purpose, just getting them to move fast, understand that they're here to do a job, and we throw them in the deep end really. So they're learning how to be part of the military essentially. And so this is day one. Throw them in the deep end and let them swim basically.
There we go. There's the yelling.
There it is.
Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate you speaking with us. And all this is fascinating. We know that the oath of office ceremony is happening at 6, but before that, they have to go through all these steps. So we've been watching the whole process unfold, and it's pretty incredible. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. Hopefully you can get outside and give your ears a break there. We're following breaking news now overseas. Protests breaking out in France for a second night after a police officer shot and killed a teenager. Cars, public buildings, they were lit on fire overnight in Paris's suburbs. You see some of the video here. Officials say about 150 people have been arrested for those protests. Now, these protests come as police officers shot and killed the 17-year-old during a traffic stop in a Parisian suburb. The officer who shot the teen is being investigated for voluntary homicide. In Ukraine, death toll rising as a Russian missile strike. 12 people are now confirmed dead. And today, Ukrainian officials announcing that they've ended the search for survivors. 3 children were among the 12 people who died when a strike hit a popular city, and at least 56 others were injured in that strike. Breaking news here at home. A newly released job report shows the U.S. economy grew at 2% annual pace from January through March. What does that mean? Well, consumer spending increased to a nearly two-year high. Meanwhile, a new Pew Research Center report is just out this week, shows more people are likely to name the U.S. as the world's top leading economic power over China. That's the latest from our Breaking News Center.
Well, coming up, a battle over Pride Month is brewing at Starbucks. The new clarification the company is offering coming up. Plus, a live look outside as we are on weather alert. You can see why the air quality dangerous due to the smoke from those Canadian wildfires. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will share when rain will arrive and help clear things up. It's 9:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning.
Good job. There's new information about the BGE lawsuit in Baltimore. More than 100 customers are calling it a win over the company's installation of external gas regulators. Now, a judge is granting temporary restraining order on work being done at homes where owners have not consented to this installation. Gas service must be also restored where it was shut off. The restraining order lasts 10 days. BGE says it will comply.
This summer, Baltimore County will be providing free meals for young people, anyone under 18 and under who is in need of food. A former Ravens player and Super Bowl champion joining County Executive Johnny Olszewski and people fighting hunger to talk about the program and the need it will satisfy.
As a child, all I know, I'm hungry right now. Can we get some food? But then to go to a space like Randallstown Library and the other libraries around town, to be able to have a chance to sit and eat breakfast, to sit there and have a lunch, it really does make a big difference.
And Baltimore County is not the only place offering food this summer. Look for this story right now at foxbaltimore.com to find a location near you. Well, still ahead, check this out. A group of local actors bringing the hit musical Hello, Dolly to the stage. They are joining us live right here in studio for a special sneak peek performance. Making headlines, the ad wars are heating up in the 2024 presidential race, with all the campaigns and outside groups spending a total of nearly $70 million. That is nearly double what had been spent at this point in the last presidential cycle during a competitive Democratic primary. This year, Donald Trump's super PAC, Ron DeSantis' super PAC, Tim Scott and his super PAC, and Doug Burgum account for over half that total. Support for former President Trump among Republicans has dipped slightly. In a new poll from the Associated Press, 60% of Republican respondents said they have a favorable view of Trump. That's down from 68% in April. The poll also found 38% of Republicans surveyed had an unfavorable view of the former president, and that is up from 30% in April's poll.
Starbucks says it will provide more clear guidelines regarding in-store pride decorations. Earlier this month, the union representing the baristas claimed the company is limiting their employees' ability to display pride-related items. That led some workers to go on strike in dozens of locations all over the past few days, causing at least 7 Starbucks to be shut down Tuesday. Trending now, there's nothing better than getting on a flight and realizing that you have the whole row to yourself. Oh, yeah.
Wow, spread
fighting
out.
over the armrest.
Now
right?
imagine this.
Yeah.
You got the whole plane to yourself. It happened to a man in North Carolina.
And loaded all the bags on the plane. How many bags you have to load today, bro?
The flight was supposed to leave at 6 a.m. Sunday, but it was delayed multiple times and didn't take off until after midnight the next morning. By then, all the other passengers had booked other flights except for Phil Stinger. He posted video of his solo flight on TikTok showing how the flight crew did the whole safety demonstration just for him.
Tablets, cell phones, and smartwatches all need to be placed in airplane mode at this time, sir.
And they literally asked me, they said, you better watch our safety. Like when they did the overhead announcements, they'd be like, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're, preparing, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, he'd say, and yes, Phil, we're only speaking to you.
That is awesome. His TikTok, by the way, has now gotten more than 3 million views in less than a day. It was a fun experience for all of them, I think.
Craziest part about it, though, they would not upgrade him to first class. He had to stay back in business.
What's going on?
Spectacular.
There. My gosh, you can lay down.
We are on weather alert here this morning.
I know we are.
No flights today. Wouldn't be a good idea.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Look, Tom, well, actually, Tom has gone in the plane by himself. He's soloed, and I've soloed too. And so, yeah, we're up. It's a little smaller than that. But, yeah, nobody's really flying today, at least GA pilots, because we're looking at kind of the soup today, even though we're not seeing actual precipitation. It's the smoke and the visibility that is reduced. We always talk about those visibility numbers. You have to have good visibility to be able to fly, especially when you are VFR. So visual flight rules not in effect today. 72 your temp in Towson right now. The wind, it hasn't done much. Unfortunately, we'd love to get some more wind to help kind of blow some of this smoke out of here, but that's just not the case today. Hopefully by tomorrow we will see some improving conditions. Lower 60s in Cumberland right now, 72 in Baltimore City, 75 in Salisbury. So our temps aren't too bad today. It's just the entire state under that code red air quality alert from Oakland to Ocean City. And that air quality index, when it gets in that unhealthy category, not only for sensitive groups, serious effects for sensitive groups, including those with lung disease and heart disease, as well as breathing problems, the young and the elderly. But a lot more of us are now in on that unhealthy category, which is why it's so rare. And that's why we have that weather alert day. We haven't had one in 17 years, and now we've had 2 in the month of June here alone. So hopefully that smoke will continue to move out of here. In fact, our future smoke model shows us we're going to stay socked in with the smoky conditions through the afternoon and into the evening time. Tomorrow, it does get a little bit better. We are seeing some improving model runs showing that smoke will move off toward the north, but we'll probably still be at least code orange for your Friday. By the time we get to Saturday and Sunday, yeah, we have to deal with some isolated pop-up showers and thunderstorms as well, but we are looking at improving air quality, and we do stay dry, it looks like, for the fireworks coming next Tuesday for the 4th.
All right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you stay with Fox 45 News. Our team of meteorologists will be keeping track of the smoke and the air quality throughout the night. In fact, meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will continue to track the air quality alert this evening.
9:50 trending right now. Local group of local actors bringing a classic musical to life. The Howard County Summer Theater is performing Hello, Dolly. We're joined by some of the cast of Hello, Dolly this morning. Thank you so much for coming in. Sarah, Sam, Heather, Justin, thank you. And is this what you guys normally wear out and about?
All the time.
Yes. The top hat. Love it. Ladies, how long does it take you to get in your costume?
Ooh, it's a few minutes, and I usually need help because it's like snaps all the way up the back.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
It's also wonderful for a costume change when you have to have a costume quick change.
Yes. But gentlemen, I know it's difficult to get into suits every day. I know, it's got to be.
These guys
right?
wear the same suits the whole show, and we've got at least 4 costumes.
All right, yeah, so that's a lot of action going on. You guys are working harder than the gentlemen, but let's talk about this. Justin, tell us a little bit more about the performance, how we can come out and see it. Where in Howard County?
So it is at Marriott's Ridge High School.
Okay.
And if you go to, if you look us up, Howard County Summer Theater, you can go to our website and you can order tickets online there. And we've had 3 performances so far. We have 3 more left. It is going wonderful.
Yes. We had over about 1,000 people last weekend come and see us.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
So
Nobody's quit. Everyone's still in. But you know how sometimes, I mean, this is a matchmaking kind of a test. Any real matchmaking happening right now?
Well, we're married.
Well, there you go.
So the match has already been made.
Congratulations. That's great. That's fun. What is it like, though, if you guys ever gotten in an argument and then had to perform?
I don't know. Have we?
I think I think actually we've been able to like relive our falling in love many times.
Do you throw hats at each other?
Only if the script dictates it.
Well, I don't want to take up too much time. You guys have a performance, a little sneak peek that we can see when we come out. So I'm going to step off and let you guys handle this. Give us a little bit of hello, Dolly, and thank you so much, Sarah, Sam, and then Heather and Justin, the couple right here. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Dolly.
All right, we are wrapping up with our weather alert. Just be aware, guys, we still have to deal with the cloudy or the smoky conditions out there. Our 10-day forecast, we do see some improving conditions. Tomorrow, probably code orange. Saturday and Sunday, we do see better air quality, and we also bring in the chance for a couple of showers and possible thunderstorms.
Sometimes you just got to dance away those fears.
Let's dance away our weather alert, shall we? Am I supposed to do this? Have a great day, everybody. Bye-bye, Dolly.
Right here, Howard County.
Can I do like